Let's break that speed record. See, now I just want to go back and watch the Wachowskis' Speed Racer again. I really should do that more often, just as a mental balm against the world. Bring it right down. Yeah, I love to accelerate and see the car turn directly into the wall. Oh, Kavina, yeah, I can see how absolutely that would be a movie that would be overstimulating for people. It was often the movie I would, when I was trying to sell my my plasma TV, it was absolutely the movie I would load up on as a demo. It's because it takes such good advantage of the black levels and the vibrant colors. Speed Racer, the original Blu-ray demo disc. Now, I've heard people say that the movie, like, I turn to Speed Racer whenever I need that sort of demonstration and that good feeling in the pit of my heart. I have heard others say that their go-to for demonstration slash, dare I say it, calibration is The Fifth Element, which is a film I have not seen in ages. Nigoki brings up a very important point, though, with regards to the need for bitrate and just how underserved pretty much every streaming service is with regards to just shoving data down a pipe at you. Okay. Didn't touch anything that time. Also something that Wedge has worked on. Cool. That I was not aware. Also, John Goodman is a gift in Speed Racer. I don't think there's anyone else alive who could sell the line. Ninja? More like a nanja. It's disgusting what passes for a ninja these days. Also, probably the best use of a primate in a film since the Dunstan Checks X series. Oh god, now that I think about it, I need to go back and rewatch the Flintstones, which, again, haven't seen that in decades. I guess what I'm learning about myself is that I really should have never subscribed to that film podcast. Oh god, no, Wedge, you are absolutely right. Speed Racing X's Ghost is... Like, I see a lot of people saying that it's not true to the cartoon. Which... maybe yes, maybe no. It certainly didn't look exactly like the cartoon. It didn't hit all the exact same plot beats, but... by God, do the Wachowskis know how to write a shonen heart assassination? See, I never actually watched the original cartoon very much. It wasn't available for me growing up. But I loved... I was a big Matthew Fox fan, thanks to Lost. So having him as Racer X immediately made me a Racer X fanboy. By the way, spoilers for Cars. There are spoilers in Speed Racer. And also spoilers for the plot. Yeah, we may need to mark our spoilers as spoiler:car. Beginning to not like that corner very much at all. Oh boy. Here comes one of my favorite parts of doing this race in general, which is the time change and that shift from day to night. Jessica Engel, yes, love Mikey's film essays. Mikey Newman, and... God, it's been so long since he's done one, I forgot what they were called. But Chad will take care of me there, for those who don't know. It's also fun to see how far outside of the Luru sphere that those Mikey reviews actually touch. Movies with Mikey, that's it, thank you. On Film Joy. Bingo. Bango bongo. Got it. Well, Space Jam 2 just went up for patrons. Okay. I guess that's maybe the issue, is I don't, I'm not currently patronized to him, and YouTube is just a big bag of dicks when it comes to interface and letting you know things. I hate algorithmic content suggestion. Let me subscribe to things and see them in a chronological manner. And notify me when new things come out, and only when new things come out. Everyone likes to say, yeah, Mobius, absolutely. Huge influence on Fifth Element. Seems like a Die Hard movie. I personally like to think of the Fifth Element as Stargate adjacent for some reason. Probably because of the Egyptian influences early on, and honestly, the general air of and atmosphere of the film. Sorry, this is A, my favorite part of the race, and B, well, the track, and B, gotta pay attention while I'm working with suspension damage. That said, I did have the wonderful opportunity very recently to go see Interstellar in IMAX. There's a group of nerds here in Victoria who just decided to look into it and realized, hey, we can rent the IMAX theater in the museum and just, you know, order a private showing of a film, and so they did. And they also set it up as an event for charity too, and booked the theater solid. And I was crestfallen that I'd missed the sale for it and couldn't get in to see, because I absolutely wanted. I love Interstellar, and it's, having now seen it in IMAX, a very special thing in that format. But it was nice that the the IMAX theater itself decided, hey, you know what? We got this film that's being shipped here. Do you want to just run it every night for the rest of the week too? And they did. And a lot of people showed up for it too. So really good. Yeah, I can admit Gravity would be pretty stunning on IMAX too. I mean, my first IMAX experience was, I believe, in Cape Canaveral at the Space Center there, and I think we were watching one of the shuttle-based films. And boy, does that do a fairly okay analog of seeing a launch. Then also seeing the launch, you realize, no, this is not the same. Wedge Hill, Columbia sounds correct? Be a nice one to bring back, actually, just for a short resurrection run. So I do enjoy the shuttles. That said, Space Camp is not a replacement for documentary-based IMAX films about shuttles. Hell, Space Camp isn't even a very good, replacement for Flight of the Navigator. I believe we watched it for a, wow.
I have like a billion episodes to edit before we even record Space Camp.
Yeah, that's why I'm not. That's why I stopped myself.
I can still hear it.
That's why I put in earplugs. Oh boy. Never look at chat when you're in curves. It's not worth it.
New episodes coming soon. I'm like halfway through it. Some family stuff happened. I did not want to do things, so I did not do the edit thing.
Didn't want to do things, so things were not done.
Yeah. But we haven't recorded Space Camp for good reasons that are not mine. But
Oh, crows!
yeah, sorry. Oh, sorry, you have to hear that now. It's crow time.
Yeah. Crow time. Oh, they're. Oh, wow. Lots of swooping and wheeling right now. Yes, between myself, I too hope they never remake Flight of the Navigator. I wish all Disney executives a hearty compliance.
It's Pee Wee Herman.
Excuse me, what?
I think, what's his name, Paul Rubens?
Oh, was the titular navigator?
Yeah.
Or wait, was the kid the navigator? Or was the
I forget what the robot was called.
Same and forward time. The kid was the golden compass. Wait, no, now we're starting to mix too many metaphors. Did the Golden Compass end, or are we getting one more season of that? I can't remember. I mean,
like, they crossed the threshold.
Okay.
I think, what is it, the last gate was crossed?
Yeah, we haven't... I can't remember if they killed God yet. I do remember that we got to see the Muffaletta and their weird,
tree stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then their boulder feet.
Anyways, I'm going now because you are no longer shaming me about my podcast.
I wasn't shaming. I was saying looking forward to. And that you made me watch Space Camp.
It's an offer! It's always an offer. There's many you don't watch.
So when are you going to do Daryl?
Why would I do Daryl?
SR-71s. Oh, shoot.
Why would I do Daryl?
Ooh. Too much wheels.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm gonna stop distracting you.
Thank you. Looking at the other monitor to make sure I'm going straight. Oh yeah, we're still good once we get going. See, I always get War Games and Daryl mixed up. And I'm only thinking about War Games recently because of the guy who was featured on ours for building that beautiful miniature recreation of the War Games bedroom. Beep, 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 beep. Trying to read chat again. Oh no, Symphonic Lolita, what news? What news of the Navigator? R. Lopez makes a good point that the good thing about remakes is they don't change that the original work exists. Yes. That said, we are now living in the streaming era where things just will disappear for tax reasons. Rip Star Trek Prodigy, apparently. I've got a friend who is apparently just marathoning Prodigy with their kid, and the kid ended up liking Kate Mulgrew so much that they're going back to watch Voyager. Which, yeah, everyone's got their own entry points, but I never would have thought I would have never thought Prodigy into Voyager as being an on-ramp into Star Trek. But I come from a very, I come from the net. I come from the time where I was watching Next Gen as it was airing, and then DS9 as it was airing, and once DS9 was on, the local television station decided to make Next Gen their 5 p.m. after school slot filler. So it would be a lot of rewatching going on of that for me. Kinda stoked to see the new Babylon 5 film as well. I'm generally not a big fan of that particular style of animation, but boy oh boy, did hearing a lot of those voices tug at those heartstrings. Uh-oh. Getting lapped by Suzuki does not feel great. Claudia says, bring back Sequest. I agree. Is, oh god, why can't I not remember his name now? Old Man First Captain was also on 2010, the movie. Roy Scheider. Yes, there we go. Ha! Aquinas says, bring back Earth 2. I appreciate your enthusiasm. What I remember most about Earth 2 was the egregious Hummer branding deal that they had for some of their larger vehicles. Oh, Roy Schrader's passed away in 2008? That's unfortunate. Actually, to be honest, what I would trade, God, I would trade, I mean, now that having seen it, I would trade Picard for basically anything, and there'll be very few takers. But if I had a choice to go back, I would absolutely be taking Stargate Universe. Give me 4 more seasons of Stargate Universe. Let that story be told. No! Haha! Oh man, Space Above and Beyond. Good times there. Too much power. We've made the engine sad by 1. Probably due to all this bad damage around here. Real Gamer Cow. Yeah, Picard was interesting. Because I'm one of those people who really enjoyed seasons 1 and 2 of Discovery. Which I mention only because I'm willing to give the franchises the opportunity to make interesting choices and do things that aren't, what we necessarily think of as Star Trek. And I thought some of the ideas of the first season of Picard really was trying to reconcile, the ideas of Starfleet with the mental realities of today. And I think there could have been something there, but boy, there was a lot. And then we get to season 3, and there's some very good shots. But I'm absolutely not of the I'm not of the Matt Wiggins, I want my time back at all costs levels of upset about Picard. And again, very nice to see all the characters back together, finally, in Season 3. But what I really liked about the first season of Discovery was some of the choices in terms of cinematography that were so outside what you normally see in a Star Trek property. Like, say what you will about how it deals with the Klingons and culture and whatnot, but what I was really excited for was wild tonal shifts between seasons of Discovery based on who was at the helm at that time, production-wise, not specifically captain-wise. Oh, we lost our spoiler. Well, I guess it's time for us to get into the pits now. Ooh, no contact that time. I'm happy. Oh no, I need something from James' soundboard. Okay. I now wish that I could have plugged in the computer so that you could see what I'm seeing, because the color temperature on my screen is just gorgeous with gold right now, and you are getting about half that from what I can see. But it's still pretty. Car unstable. Wee-oo, wee-oo. Ah! Punk. Okay. Damage am now significant. 30 up front, that's... Ooh. Oh, we have way too much play in our steering wheel right now. Carefully, he navigated the curves. Tires screaming the whole time. Okay, are we doing a prediction as to how long before new spoiler comes in? Oh. I might need to start working out just a bit just to get my arms in shape again. We have people who we like. I mean, we like all of you, but specifically we want to thank some people. We want to thank Amp the Dog for 99 months of subscription. Got him. Get him. Sorry. Acorn, Tail for 8 months. Zoom, Zoomy, and Zoom, Zoom. Trigger Sensing, Darn Ocelot, Still Conrad, and Gnash Teeth, Teeth Snag. Commander Crossing for 107 months. Figured I'd spend this portion of my birthday to chicken with Gorman, and apparently it's my 7th anniversary too. So, woo to you. Thank you, Commander Crossing. Mud 2 for 34 months. That is, in fact, a number of months. Thank you. TLB Tibbin for 32 months. Thank you for your continued support. Pants Stravaganza for 59 months, almost the big 6-0. Thank you. Da Blue Danube, 50 months. Thank you. That's getting far outside of noob territory there. To be a glad algae bot, says Drowson. Thank you. And Iris says 43. No, Iris Vether for 43 months says woo. Thank you. Mario 42 has subscribed for 38 months with the LRR chevron. That is it for our current subscribers. Oh, let's see if we can get that other leg up for a second. We got just a few minutes. Yep. Okay, it's a 4-lapper before we catch up. Well, let's hope some people have some bad times with their engines and end up in the pits for a long while. There are workouts for long-haul truckers to help with cramps and things. I mean, I do tend to do like a leg squeeze every now and then and a thigh tense. Does tend to help with soreness. Should probably. There we go. Oh, that's nice. Just do those tendons pop. Bring it back down. I hope the headlights come on automatically. I don't think we set a button for that. Yibbidi-bidi-bidi-doo. Hey, boo-boo. I used to be cool like you. Hanging out in the mall. Yeah, I think Yo Yogi is my generation's cross to bear. I don't know. What I'm saying is, I guess, just open another tab and put on the Yo Yogi theme for a second. Treat yourself. Rock Pusher, you were actually seeing me the whole time. It's all about me in that in these views. but we're just getting trackside views because it's nice. Okay, let's see if we can actually get back to a fastest lap here. Put in a real good one. Thank you! Oh. I guess Bodily has been bodilied out of the lead. It's now time for some Punky Brewster up front. Yes, we have had some issues over the course of the... That could have been better. So we posted Corey's, or we have a link to Corey's photo of the setup. Good, good. No, the name of the person is not Punky Brewster. I'm just I'm making a joke about Punky Brewster based upon the fact that he's a little punk. He's ahead of us. I think it's like Brian. Yeah, we have now officially entered the loose racings part of the stream. Yippee! Love to race directly into the sun. Not enough brake. Oh, the body is spongy. Wait, what? Gareth, go ahead. Yeah, I'm a little worried about our headlights, but usually games are good about this. We might just not be able to see them yet. Speaking of spongy, I was doing some reading about the on the Twitter thread about the Deep Sea Challenger the other day. Oh boy! And thinking about the material that was used to construct it, the spheres of glass suspended in a resin for ultra strong and good buoyancy. Uh-oh. Come on. As long as it's straight on, it's not damage. It's damage. Well, the spoiler survived, so... Yoy! I'm willing to bet that headlights are absolutely a button that's on the controller, probably. Fluffy Skinny, I believe the purpose of the glass balls in resin was to make for a buoyant material that was also incredibly strong and able to sustain or hold up to the incredible pressures seen in the Challenger Deep. You know, the nice thing about a sphere is that it's, well, why they make bathyspheres as spheres, because the forces are even along all sides. So incredibly resilient. Another interesting point is that I also have done 20% damage to my front end, which may or may not also include the headlights. But yeah, it's technically not night yet, so I don't know. A lot of questions getting asked outside of my wheelhouse there regards the glass spheres, but I don't think it's something that would help divers. I don't think you're looking at the same... For anything who's actually an open water diver, it's probably... The point in which resin-encased glass would be helpful is probably too deep. Sean, the reason we're able to control the camera is that the camera is being controlled automatically by a fourth computer. Numpad 3 for headlights. Thank you, Major Frostbite. I'll give that a try in a second. Nope. That did not work. Numpad 3 just sent us looking in a different direction. Oh. Oh, God. Come on. Don't do me like this. Oh. Into the pit. Into the pits. There we go. Thank you. So yeah, that's, I guess, 3 laps of spoilers so far. Last takes, a number of crashes occurred, which caused us to drop down to 15th, which is unfortunate, but hopefully we won't lose any more. There's nothing to be done here about checking key bindings. It's either exit, resume, or retire to the pit box to let things go. Google suggests there may be no keybind by default. That sounds right, so... I don't know. We're gonna find out soon, anyway. And if we need to jump out to do a keybind, well, we'll just have to restart the race to do a keybind. Ah! Oh, what do we got here? We got some people in the notifications. Happy Harp, coming at 9 months. Thank you so much for your sub, baby Happy Harp. Andreasen says, I'm a bonsai man. Am I a snob? I am. Truer words were never spoken. Alright, well, I guess we'll just drive until we can't drive anymore. They'll take our car to the Old Town Road. Gotta keep my speed up. Gotta keep the revs up for control. Let's see how these headlights work. Get out there and smack those apexes, says the race controller. I hope that means he's going to turn them on for me. Whoa, why? Why are you... Is it just that we're so full of fuel that we have too much weight? Do I have too much dinosaur junk in my trunk, is what I'm saying. Ooh, yes! I see a small area in front of my car that is illuminated by something other than the sun. Also, my dude, my race controller in Christ, have you seen how much damage I have done to the front end of my car? Do not encourage me to smash anything. Oh, we hovercraft again? We hovercrafting. Ah! Sun directly in my eyes. You'd think this was a mid-2000s Star Trek movie with the amount of lens flare I've got in my face. Nazare says, smash the like and subscribe buttons. I mean, not at 157 miles per hour, which I understand is fast, but I don't actually have an understanding of how fast. Because I come from Canada, which is like the net. Oh god. Oh, oh. How do we feel when we touch something with the side of our car as opposed to the front or back? Yeah, I feel like we might just have too much weight in the car at 91 liters. That's 100 extra kilometers. Wait, kilometers? Kilograms. If it was water, which, oof. Have a good one, fluffiest guinea pig. Happy to have you here for the duration. The standing in the middle is probably the vintage Group B class that I added, which is what player 18 ahead of me is currently a part of. God, have we already... we've dropped down to 19? That's too many places. Too many pits. Okay, good. Headlights working and working. Really? Petrol is lighter than water, you say? That's very interesting. I mean, I suppose because it is lighter than water, it, you know, floats on, well, doesn't float on water, but it does not sink under the water. I guess, yeah, less dense. I think the key is we need to find some way of burning water to in a car engine. Because one would hope its greater weight would lead to more energy density. By the way, I just recently learned about the research that's going on into using iron as a fuel, like just powdered iron, and then forcing it to burn, say rapidly oxidize. Yeah, we're going back to the pits for that. Are we? Guess we're not. No damage. Great. maybe we will. Maybe we'll just go get that fixed while we're here. As soon as I can find it. There it is. Ugh. Boo. But yeah, burning the iron for fuel. And then apparently you can just use a process involving hydrogen to turn it back into iron, which makes it a renewable fuel source. Just really kind of cool. What is the byproduct of burning iron? Iron oxide. Rust. The oxygen reacts with the iron, creating heat and rust. And then you let the, you add hydrogen that bonds with the iron oxide, taking away the oxygen and making water. Like, it's as long as you're using a non-emissive power source to create your hydrogen, it's a carbon neutral system. There's literally no carbon involved in the chemical process. Now, it's not just setting fire to piles of powdered iron either. They do set up a sort of cyclonic system inside the reaction chamber to filter the rust to the outside and to the bottom for collection. And it's not just it's making heat. So you again use that heat to boil water to drive turbines. So. Like, chemically, there are also, assuming a clean reaction, that means that there's nothing but rust and water. Yeah, the hydrogen fuel cell tech there's interesting stuff there. I wouldn't say it's a solved system, but again, it's also the idea of making hydrogen cleanly. Actress, yes, that's what I was saying. Is what do you do with the rest? Quite literally, you flood it with hydrogen to make water and iron again. Like, the reason we think of rust as a destructive force is that the way that most of us encounter rust is things made of iron that we have that rust and then break down. And while the rust, when that happens, we can't just, apply hydrogen to the rust and fix the end product. That doesn't work. But you can get the iron back itself. You just can't bring it back into its original form if it was formed into something else as an artifact. If it's just powdered iron into powdered rust, that's a lot easier. Oh, that was the other point that was interesting to point out, is that it makes sense not just for for burning, for production of power, but it's a great way to store energy, because iron powder can be shipped very easily and very safely across country and across oceans, because it's not, well, it's certainly not as reactive as compressed hydrogen or other extremely reactive fuels. Do we need to hollow out more mountains to make gravity batteries? I mean, we've got mine shafts for that, for one. I've also seen it proposed that just a series of cranes, which are interesting. My favorite gravity battery, though, was just tracks. Standard train tracks on a slight incline over a couple of miles. And when you need to store the power, you use the power to move these train cars uphill on the tracks a bit. And when you want to get power out, you just release the brakes and harvest the energy. But there, you're dealing with a lot. You're going to end up with a lot of wasted energy due to friction, heat, etc., etc. Well, we need to choose. Yeah, we need to choose our solutions well, but we also need to choose the correct solution for the correct application. Yeah, I've also seen pumping water into hydro dams is another option. But unfortunately, the big problem with hydro is how devastating it is to the local economy to build those sorts of dams. Or sorry, not the economy, ecology. Sorry, the one that I care about, not the one that I could go die in a fire. Oonk. Asteroid mining is not going to become profitable until we have solved the getting things up and down from orbit problem. Right now is incredibly expensive in terms of money and time to get things out, well, and energy to get things out of Earth's gravity well. And equally technologically difficult in terms of getting things back in a usable manner. Like, there's a lot of stuff here, and probably as much or more than we need in terms of minerals. It's just a matter of how we extract it and how we manage what we use. That's why recycling is important. Again, it's third on the rung down from reduction and reuse. Always better to do those than it is to recycle, but yeah, the big problem with reuse is that it doesn't fit in with the goals of the current economy, I think. Which is not an endorsement of that style, but it makes sense as to why there aren't more companies that just buy e-waste and literally harvest the chips from them for reuse in other applications. Like, you think about how much rare earth material goes into the manufacture of new electronic components. Things like resistors, capacitors. Capacitors not so much, but, resistors absolutely harvest some of those for reuse. Oh yes, entropy will always increase in a closed system. Unfortunately, that's where we live. But if the energy is less for a reuse than it is for a production of new, I'd say that's a net win. Oh, I hate the term e-waste so much because so much of it is reusable. Or reapplicable. Or just straight, usable. It's why I also hate programs that incentivize the junking of cars over the reapplication of their use for rebates. Anyway, if you'd like to find out more about entropy, I will refer you to previous media-based references in this chat, and check out the third book of the three-body problem, Death's End. So yeah, Crescent says, scraping PCBs for components reuse has a major issue with sorting, recertification, and repacking. I would say that that's a logistics problem. Just because it's something that our the current economic process doesn't support doesn't mean it's not something worth exploring. Especially if the goal is not necessarily profit, but reduction of extraction of new materials from the planet. So yeah, once again, we can just put the words capitalism, capitalism, capitalism in the chat and feel bad for a bit. Ooh, Major Frostbite, enjoy the second book. The Dark Forest is my favorite in the series, and probably one of my favorite sci-fi books, period. Yeah, the Dark Forest brings up some very interesting ideas, but also has some really, really sweet space fleet stuff. Yeah, if you'd like a deeper look inside of Ian's head on these matters, I recommend you pick up a copy of Fully Automated Luxury Cat Communism, which is a fantastic examination on the idea of the end of scarcity and how there's a lot of structure propping up right now, artificial scarcity, which is causing a lot of suffering amongst, people experiencing that artificial scarcity. Tacitus, we were actually talking about the Babylon 5 movie coming up later on. We going full tilty chat here? We got time before it goes full tilty chat. Shoot. Didn't blip. My fault. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad I didn't pit now, because apparently my box is currently occupied. Sarah says, I am way too tired to mod full tilty chat. You're on your own. I appreciate you knowing your limits and staying within them, Sarah. Honestly, I don't know what the actual numbers are here, because I can't see them anywhere, but I think we probably have too many people here to go full tilty chat anyway. However, if you would like to hear more of this sort of conversation with these sorts of fine people in the chat, all while we play games surrounding being in Japan and doing things, the Yakuza games, or the Ryuga Gotoku games, or the Like a Dragon games, whichever you want to call them, Fridays at 6 p.m. over at twitch.tv/tiltyhouse. That's CILTYHOUSE. The pause is there because that's usually where I put a dot for my URL. $4.52. Hey! Very happy to have that many people here. Onk. Onk, onk. Angry Optimist, I am glad you like the turn-based style. I really enjoyed Like a Dragon, aka Yakuza 7. And I'm glad that they're taking the time to, I mean, I hope it doesn't saturate the desire for more of these games, because I don't want things to become overloaded and it's all just fall off into the wayside. But I'm glad that they're doing sort of the split system where you get maybe side stories like the upcoming The Man Who Erased His Own Name, going back into those that beat 'em up style. It means that there's something for everyone in the series, and I like that because it means I get to share it with more people. Okay, Aquinas, absolutely. Ichiban over Kimura Takuya, I believe is the actor's name. I can never remember what his name is in the game, but I've always seen him as just a pretty boy talento, because that's normally the way you see him on Japanese media. He used to be a member of a band called SMAP. He may still be a member of SMAP. I'm unsure as to the SMAP status or SMATUS at the moment. But I distinctly remember seeing him a lot on the back of buses advertising for my Hikari Flex fiber-based internet system. Happy that JoJo Lands is continuing like that. I haven't kept up on the mangas since I've caught up to the animes, so I don't know. Maybe that'll change. Maybe I can get through Steel Ball Run before that comes up. Marze, if you're thinking of a game like Yakuza for the Dreamcast, you're thinking, I'm betting, is Shenmue, which I have played, I believe, all of them here on the Loading Ready Run channel. You can check out the VODs later on. Yeah, rolling on top. Mr. Cubear, you can absolutely jump into Yakuza 7 without any previous knowledge. It does a very good job establishing the new characters and their place within the existing narrative, but as a new story, so that you might be lost as to who a couple of people are, but they'll very quickly be explained to you, and the story is all about these new people, so you can just kind of ignore everything that happens outside of that as that happened elsewhere. Oh, my shipping is getting very sloppy. And times are occurring. Oof. Cameron Brewster. There we go. It was not. His name is not actually Punky, but Cameron. Just that he is a little punk. Again, for being first and lapping me like this. So we're coming up on the times where we may, or where we could possibly be getting a Brave New Faves visit soon. If it works, what's probably going to happen is I would recommend that you all open a new channel or a new window and grab the audio from that and mute me here, because while I will be chatting with Kathleen, I will be muting the music for you while it goes through, just to make it easier on Heather should anything get muted or demonetized and the like. Or there's a multi-Twitch, I guess. Yeah, that's also an option. You do you. Just be aware that music will not be here. Because again, due to the vagaries of how we had to set up the various computers tonight, did not have enough time to clear off enough space for an entire 24 hours of racing. No, Siri, I didn't need your help in looking up how to clear up space. Gotta get over here. I don't know if Kathleen's ever talked about asteroid mining. Okay. Whew. Yes, Brownie Points. I've been aware that Kathleen's been using Yawata as some background stuff. I haven't actually done a good long watch of Yawara. It was playing on TV, I don't recall, back when I was living there in '96, that 2-month period, which is cool to check out, because hey, cartoons about judo. I'm in. I feel like I've actually had Yawara on the late night dub fight at some point. And if I haven't, then yeah, that's absolutely got to go on the list for future. Okay, I think actually what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pit us in and take a short break myself just to swap the fluids, etc. etc. I'm going to turn off all my HUD here so that the computer or so the TV can have a chance not to burn in the HUD. The wing doth yet breathe life, so Uzumaki, I spent a year in Niigata-ken, Nagaoka-shi, and a year and a half in Chiba-ken in a town called Noda. So, yes, that was where I was there. Like I said, gonna take a short break. I will be right back. We'll let the machine do what it do, and then we'll continue to race. God, my mind is going. This is gonna be fun. Sarah, thanks for hanging out with us. We will see you later. I really like having an AI to keep these rolling while we go along. I think it makes a lot of sense. In that instance, though, I'm going to take the time to. Oops. Are you just not responsive? Cool. Cool. The keyboard just decided to not. Whoopsie. So I want to refresh my audio engines so that we're ready for when and/if friends show up. I think this is the view we want? Okay. There's so many views inside that it's sometimes hard to figure out which one we want. And this, let's restart our audio. Oh, yeah. Okay, everything looks good there. All right. Let's have a sip of water. And then readjust my things. Call for a pit stop. And then we will wait for the keyboard to figure out its life. Swap driver on. And now we wait. Now we wait. Major frostbite. Good, well, not good point, but thank you for bringing up Jesus. That was something I was going to mention earlier when we were talking about some of the other media we've been reading. And manga-wise, I've just started taking a short trip through Yasuhiko Yoshikazu's Jesus. Yes, that's right. The man behind the character designs for Mobile Suit Gundam and the absolutely gorgeous watercolor painterly style of the Gundam The Origin manga comes the story of Jesus and his last days. And boy, is it a trip to see. I want to say his name is Joshua. Hey, one of the kids that got crucified up along with the Christ boy has been made to look exactly like Amuro Ray, which is kind of the cognitive dissonance is striking, shall we say. But yeah, again, it's if you want to see some gorgeous watercolor and relive the story of what is it, the greatest story ever told? Sure. Check it out. I mean, let's be honest. If Char is going to be anywhere in the Christ story, he is right there with Judas. Jesus, if you're nearby, feel my presence. I'm about to do something incredibly wicked. Lucha Libero, we had a bunch of cars last time. I think we might have had more than 32. It's hard to say, but I mean, it's not hard to say. You can look it up, but I can't look it up because I am currently here. I'm going. I continue to go. Good to know if you were in the area. By in the area, I mean inside my computer. You'd be able to find out that we're currently on, I think, frequency 99.3 FM. The sound of Le Mans. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not going to be a perfect racing game for everything. There's going to be things we like and things we don't like. And the fact that the pit crew has remained wholly corporeal is, you know, one of the downs. But hey, trackside cameras, definite up. I forget. Yes, we are on the second chicane. God. Oh, I'm sorry. That number was our fluid, not our frequency. 96.3 on the radio dial. 96.1 on the radio, 96.0 on your radio dial. Oh, and the average, which you can't see right now, looks like is computed as 7.62 liters per lap. That's cool. Too much squealing. Gonna get angry comments from my race coach about my bald spot on my tires. Like, just shave the tires completely, and no one will know. Also give the tires a beard, because it helps define their facial features a bit better. Thinking about fictional fuel supplies now, and thinking about Giant Robo's Shizuma drive technology. Limitless power just has the possibility to, under the right conditions, demolish all the oxygen. But Ian, what do you mean, all the oxygen? Yes. That reminds me of the, during the early days of atomic research, legitimate questions about whether or not they would ignite the atmosphere. I don't like the idea of igniting the atmosphere, but boy, do I like the idea of having to think about that. T. Stodden. Lure Manning's going great. I mean, we could use fusion reactors, but then we'd have to worry about flooding this entire area with Minovsky particles. Which should be a problem for the radio communication, but that's okay. All you gotta do is, push your car up against someone else so you can transmit radio waves physically through the bodies. That said, I need to find out if anyone is playing Oppenheimer at 70mm in my area. If not that, then might have to settle for IMAX. Oh man, yeah, looking forward to Barbie. Speaking of Christ-like figures. Yeah, Gundam Thunderbolt is doing some interesting things with continuity and canon, which is to say, fuck it. And I'm here for it. The best Gundam is the Gundam that ignores canon and continuity for all the right reasons. Just to say, tell a fucking cool story about giant robots and bad war. Someone recently, God, I think I think it was a Mastotoot, but the analysis was that, you know, all those memes about the wow cool robot memes about Gundam, the thing they never really prepare you for is just how cool the robot is and just how bad the war is. I mean, I'm pretty proud I made it, what, 14 hours before mentioning Gundam? Just got nice move over the radio. No other context. I, for one, will be watching the Witch from Mercury probably tomorrow evening after dinner. I'm gonna sit on it because I'm gonna be asleep for a good portion of the day. And then I'll just maybe avoid... You know what? I might avoid some screens for a while, considering what I've been doing. That might just be nice. You know what, Zafty, I recently went through Victory Gundam, and it's... I wouldn't say it's bad at all. I'd say it's pretty good. It's absolutely not like anything else. But it did have some very interesting, themes, characters, and outright sadness. And quite frankly, Uso is probably the most Gundam protagonist of the Gundam protagonists in just his outright hatred and straight talking against the adults and their stupid ideas. Don't touch, don't touch. No, no, no. No, no. Testis asks, have you been watching Strange New Worlds? We just picked it back up in season 1. We fell off, not for any reason of the show, just timing and whatnot. So we're finishing that up first before we get into season 2. I understand that season 2 is the bomb, so good, 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 good. Iron Blood Orphans is a different way of telling a story about child soldiers. And I love Iron Blood Orphans. I guess what I'm saying is that Victory Gundam really suffers from a lot of past opinions about it, and it absolutely deserves a either a first viewing if you haven't already, or a second viewing if it's been a long time. It's not a happy show, but they're not supposed to be. I would say it's a hopeful show, though. That one was a lot cleaner. Loving the sunset that we're getting in the game, too. Nice pink background.
Hey, Ian.
Hello, Kathleen.
I don't know if I'm going out live to stream right now, but I'm just checking to make sure we can hear each other.
We absolutely can, and I will warn you that we are currently live to stream as we speak. If you'd like to not be live, let me know, and I can keep you from being heard by the masses.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Okay.
This is perfect. I'll just say this. We're going to do a crossover stream starting in about 10 minutes. I'm going to go kick over live on my stream, which is twitch.tv/bravenewfaves.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the deal. We're not going to hear any of the music that we're playing on the LRR stream because we like making money on the LRR stream.
Correct.
We like following the rules of Twitch. But over on my stream, I don't give a crap.
No, exactly. We definitely warned people about that as well, so that if you want to hear the music, you got to tune into twitch.tv/bravenewfaves.
But if you don't want to hear the music...
Yeah, that said, and this is purely for my own reasons, Are you going to be piping it through Discord and letting me mute it, or are you just going to not pipe it through?
I think I'm going to be piping it through Discord because that's what you told me to do in Slack, and that's what I said to ask Graham to set up because I'm not good with it.
Just wanted to confirm that that's the case. I'm going to ready my buttons here so that I can be ready for that to happen. In fact, I might even just give it to the AI driver while we do this.
Okay, perfect. Well, while you get that set up, I'm going to go get my stream online with some little going online music. But I did just want to double check that you only sent me a playlist that was 6 songs long. So does this mean I get to pick some songs while we're driving?
What's the last song on your list? There is the last song by Snarky Puppy.
Yes, it is, but it's
Then actually, one second here. Let me double check my own playlist on my screen here. Oh wow, texting while driving. I'm a bad influence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, 6 songs. That's all I have for you.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Well, in that case, maybe I'll inflict some on you.
I look forward to it. I always look forward to it.
Fantastic. All right, I'm gonna go live and consider that a little like pre-show ad.
Yeah.
So-
See you shortly.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. So we're gonna give it to the AI while Brave New Faves comes here, so I can react and appropriately mute the music. Yep, all good. Thank you. And the crows are lamenting the dying of the light here as well. Okay. Let that guy ahead of me. No sense passing someone on the pit lane. Okay, and enter. Okay, good. Now I can bring up the great. So we're gonna mute Kathleen while music happens, but in fact, I think I can. Yep, I can just hit the button easily. I probably didn't need to change drivers. So maybe we'll change back. Yeah, so Major Frostbite, my suggestion is to open up a second tab and go to twitch.tv/Brave New Faves, or use the multi-stream that Maricat posted there. And hopefully it won't be too much of a distraction. Or too offset. Yeah, that was my suggestion, Brownie Points, is to bring up hers and mute my tab. Keep watching here. Oh, we've got some music, so I'm gonna hit the mute before that hits Twitch. Wanted to quickly check to see if we had any friends. Ooh, I am unfocused. What's your deal? There we go. Just to leave that as is. It's been doing that intermittently. Unfortunate. Oopsie. Okay. He's talking we have not had Beach show up yet on stream, but no guarantee one way or another. Angelic Knightwood, we are indeed driving this year. There we go, just need to make sure that I'm got good audio. Yeah, Beach has some amazing powers with regards to disqualification. Donk, donk, donk. We're currently in 18th place, unfortunately, because of bad combinations of bad driving, touching too many things, etc. I should pay attention to what my partner is doing just to see if I might be able to pick up some tips. Will do, CDOT's kids. Thanks for coming by. Rock Pusher, I just recently saw a post from James saying that moving is hard, y'all, so, oof. Sounds like they had an incredibly productive day. To the point where they feel good about it, I think. Ooh. Oh, this is a good chance to stretch too, actually. Well, I've got it. More than anything else, I've been having some real noticing that my arms have become extremely weak over the past 4 years, so... Gotta work on some upper body strength training. Welcome, Kyle Bozeman and your Raiders. You're just in time for you're just in time to see me not drive for a while we do a little crossover with our good friend Kathleen DeVere over at Brave New Faves. Tacitus says, you know what would build upper body strength? Moving and unpacking boxes. You're not wrong. Kirk, I'm not sure if they're still on sale, the Woodcock 500. It's a piece of RoadQuest merchandise from earlier things, and I think they might be. You can find out by going over to store.loadingreadyrun.com and checking the availability there. Smith Kurosaki says there's a RoadQuest section, so check it out. Yeah. And the Meerkat has the correct information in the chat. Please, if you're going to stream along with us, and if you want to be part of the musical fun, hit that multi-stream link, mute my side, and have a good time. Because I'll be muting the music on this end. Attempting to, having to tell our producer, the intrepid Heather Deary, to have to come in and mute certain sections of the stream, I guess 9.5 hours in, is more work than I want to make for her. Okay, I think... Oh no, just extended the legs. That's a good feel. Okay, I want to look at this Gantt shirt. Ooh. Stripey. For those who are joining us, by the way, I'm not sure how many of the Cal Bozeman and friends have stuck around already, but this is the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which is normally a race alongside the 24 Hours of Le Mans race that happened earlier this month. Why am I doing it now? Because we on Loading Ready Run also produce some pre-release streaming content for Wizards of the Coast for their Magic the Gathering project, and just so happened that weekend that Le Mans was happening, we were holding a event for the Lord of the Rings Magic the Gathering sets, which was a lot of fun. But we're here for this week, and we are here until 7 a.m. at the least to continue the racing. I'm, at the meantime, letting my AI driver take the wheel as I have to man the mute button to avoid being demonetized for playing music. Again, with this crossover stream. But we'll be back with more of human racing, as such as it is, in about a half hour's to an hour's time. Hell, I might actually just take control anyway, if I'm getting bored. No, I think I'm better off doing a murder with Heather than being murdered by. It's if I'm going to commit crimes with some of my co-hosts, I think she's absolutely the one that I am absolutely going to be turning to for extra legal advice. Hey, so if you're looking to do your own music stream, may I suggest the name Pedro Antunes? I guess if your name is Pedro. If it's not, you may want to try something else. Whew. Had a little shiver there. So I'm happy to see, at least, that if nothing else, the AI driver isn't faster than I am. They're willing to stay, it looks like just about 2 seconds behind my fastest lap. Oh. We may be coming up upon the time. Oh, wait a second. I've got... Ah, cool. Wait a minute. Discord. Who let that music... Who let that sound through? Like, friends, we are pushing the limits of technology here for you today. How many computers are involved in all of this? More than one might think. Oh, Kathleen's Discord crashed too. That's unfortunate. iTunes just took it up. Yeah, don't worry. This technical difficulties are sometimes the name of the game. And you know, if you've been here since 7 in the morning. Yeah, we got the 4 computers here. We've got at least 1 on Kathleen's, and I think she's probably got 2 running to make this work as well. Not to mention Twitch's servers on both ends there. And well, would you look at that? I believe there are currently 511 computers also running to display this to all you good people. So like I said, too many computers. I need to take a second to shut a window because it's actually gotten extremely chilly in here. Hello, Kathleen! I am going to just unmute you, and there we are.
Excellent. All right, and then I'm just going to go like that. Oh, look, I can even kind of see you on a delay.
Perfect. You can see me leave the screen then, just to shut a window.
Ah, amazing. Yeah, that's okay. We're communicating vocally. So,
Yes.
hello. If you are saying, Kathleen, I didn't know you did a stream. That would not be unreasonable because I do a stream once a week at 9:30 p.m. Pacific because that is the only time that works for me. There is no other time during the day, and there is no other days.
It's hard to find times to stream, isn't it?
Yeah, and luckily I sort of like staked my flag early on the Bananas super late stream, and it kind of works for me.
Yeah.
It's not that late for me, but it's pretty late for some people, so I appreciate everyone who's tuning in for the first time.
If you don't mind asking, how long have you been doing this for?
Since 2018 regularly.
Good lord, this is an established show then.
Yeah, no, when I say I want to do something, I'm just going to do it even if I don't feel like doing it, because as soon as you stop doing it, that's when you never start doing it again. So the only time I've taken a week off for sickness and for travel, like occasionally, but like I'll basically do a stream pretty much. Yeah, it's a very regular stream.
Fantastic.
57 months as of the stream, says Chrono2X. Holy moly.
That's just over 1 year and months.
Yeah, exactly. So Kathleen is powerfully consistent. I love that, says Proprietus. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so if you're not following my stream and you want to hear music, you should do this, because I would do this stream on the LRR channel, but we don't want to get the LRR channel demonetized. In fact, I did it on the LRR channel a couple of times. Bill Graham was like, please don't. And I was like, oh, fine. I respect that. So I do it on my channel. and it's fun. But anyhow, so you're on Brave New Faves, you're playing Le Mans. If you're a Brave New Faves person, and under the slim chance that you've never seen Le Mans, Ian, what are you doing?
Well, Kathleen, we just actually had a raider show up with 222 people show up, so I've had to do this spiel already. But for your fans there, Le Mans, the 24 hours of Le Mans is normally a race along with the 24 hours of Le Mans race that happens yearly in Le Mans, France. And this year, we unfortunately weren't able to actually synchronize up because Loading Ready Run, the channel where we're doing this, also hosts a lot of pre-release content for Wizards of the Coast and Magic the Gathering. And they were doing their pre-release for the Lord of the Rings set, which was quite fun. So we had to push this off for a couple weeks. But basically, yeah, it's me sitting in front of a computer, driving around the same track for 24 hours, trying to get better at it. And we've been doing it for 7 years now.
Wow, that's also powerfully consistent, but on an annual schedule.
Mm-hmm. It means that it sneaks up on you, and then you scramble to make it happen.
Well, that's, no word of a lie. Because Le Mans typically happens the same week of Le Mans, I had a panic attack the weekend of the PPR.
Yes.
I thought I was supposed to do it that night, and I was like, oh my god, I forgot.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you were like, no, Kathleen, no. We talked about this, remember? And I was like, I remembered that we talked. I clearly didn't remember the details, but...
Yeah. But it also tells you how much work goes into putting on these pre-releases at Loading Ready Run, and the results show as well that you kind of get lost in the shuffle.
It's a busy and focused week, but this week we don't have anything going on except for we're moving the office. So I just came from that, but I have a fun update before we get to the actual stream.
Please do.
I don't have to wear a boot anymore.
Ha ha! Fantastic!
I'm free from hot boot.
Oh.
F that fucking boot. I broke my ankle like 6 weeks ago. Just a bone in my ankle, not a full break, just a fracture. It's not even that bad. So now I get to walk.
How rank is said boot at this point?
I haven't smelled it.
I wouldn't then. I'm not asking you to.
I'm not a sweaty person though, so I'm willing to bet it probably doesn't have a discernible odor to somebody who's not like burying their nose in it. I don't know. Do you want to come smell it? You can weigh in.
I'm afraid I'm tied up for the next 12 hours or so here, so I'll have to pass on that.
Oh no, that's okay because I still have to if I'm at the office to do the unpacking. The physiotherapist was like, I'd wear the boot for that, which is good because I accidentally got knocked in the ankle. So I was really happy I had a boot on for that. But it'll still be in a well-worn condition for you when you're free.
Well, you know what? We got a Loading Ready Live coming up sometime this month, so maybe we can do a LRR reacts to Kathleen's boot smell.
Huff the boot, no.
Yes.
Oh, that's the kind of thing that you're supposed to put up on another website. All right. Okay, so now we've gotten completely distracted as we do on these shows, and we get to what we do at the beginning of every one of my shows. We welcome the subs. I'm sort of taking over your stream. I apologize.
No, not at all. Not at all.
So how we do that around here is that we, Ian, I'm going to start doing this, and then I'll type in chat when you're done. We play it to the dulcet tones of Tijuana Taxi, so mute me now.
Oh, yes, please. Oh no, I'm still, I can still hear you. It's just the people on my side that can't. Oh, did we make it to the leaderboard? Fantastic. Ah, good times. All right. No, I've got you back. I've got you back, Kathleen.
Oh God, Ian! You know what? I am not very good at being a producer and also being a
host. I get you completely.
It's really hard.
Do you know, Kathleen, that I have 4 computers right now that I'm currently managing
Jesus,
in order to do this race?
I'm in awe of your technical prowess, Ian.
It was not good this morning when I had to turn it on. That's a story for another time.
Oh God,
yeah.
Ian's so good at doing computer stuff. I'm just like, ugh, I don't know. I'm better than my physiotherapist though, who has been like, what's a meme? Why does Twitch? He's younger than me, but he's just not online.
Oh no. God, what did I hear recently? Someone say someone said that they were a streamer, and the response from the person, their coworker, was, "Oh, is that someone that my kids would know?" And it's like, ooh, murder in real time. Good to know.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you the younger generation, they all know what streamers are. And in fact, when we went and talked at Penelope's school for like career day of things that you can do, because they're like, okay, everybody says they want to be a streamer. And it's like, all right, well, we're going to try and talk about that. But the thing is, the kids do not have any concept of what it would take to technically do it. They just want to know if you know Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
I will say there was a very polite group of 5th grade girls who were like, once they realized what it was, they were kind of impressed by it. And I think they got it. And I was like, ooh, I was like, it's very creative. And they're like, oh, right. So hopefully I sparked some imagination there. Anyhow, Ian, you're working hard. I'm not going to talk at you. I'm going to entertain you. The playlist that you put together for me.
Yes. I won't say that I don't take the advantage of these situations to listen to some music I like, but also share it with yourself and your listeners.
I am super excited to hear about this. So the first song on your playlist, which is not super long, so maybe I'll also entertain you, but we're gonna spend lots of time because you're gonna give me the context for this. The first song on your playlist is a band called Piper, and the song is Summer Breeze.
Yes. So I wanted to take you and your listeners today through a journey through some Japanese jazz, some North American jazz, but most importantly, this song is one of the trio of songs that we're going to introduce that was inspiration for some of the original melodies that you'll find in Super Mario Brothers, produced by Koji Kondo.
Is this the guy he ripped off?
Yes, this is one of the guys he ripped off. And ripped off is a strong word. They've come out and acknowledged these influences straight up, stating that these are the sorts of rhythms that Japanese people could get into and resonate with. They're simple and easy to follow and just sound good and fun. And I believe that Summer Breeze, if I remember correctly, you'll be able to catch what the riff is right away when it shows up.
Oh. Ooh, a test of my musical knowledge. So this album originally came out in 1983. Mm-hmm. And so just for our listeners' context, and is anything known about the Japanese band Piper? Were they like super popular? Or is it kind of those, under the radar kind of releases?
It's kind of it's the contemporary jazz of the time. I guess is the best way of putting it. They're not super popular, but they were. If you listen to city pop, they were definitely of that era. Oh no.
So we're talking sort of this is vintage 1980s city pop adjacent Japanese jazz we're going to listen to.
Exactly.
Oh, that is super exciting.
I have just goozled my car too, so
Oh,
I'm going to be fixing that while we talk as well.
That sounds great. Well, I'm gonna play the music so all of our listeners can hear it. You're not gonna get to hear it. Well, wait, I think you won't hear it if you're on the Loading Ready Run stream. That's
exactly. I'll get to hear it myself, but you at home, I'm pointing at you who are looking at me right now. Make sure you're tuned into Brave New Faves on Twitch if you want to hear the songs.
Yeah. So anyhow, I'm gonna do that now, Ian. So that's my vocal warning to you.
Sounds good. You are now muted. Hey, hey, hey!
That was Summer Breeze by Piper. Ah, that was very drivery music, Ian.
A lot of this sort of 80s Japanese jazz is extremely good driving music, I find. It's got that the rhythm to keep moving forward, but it's not too aggressive, not too in your face.
No, it's not. It's not trying to grab your attention. It's just trying to complement it.
It's going along with what you're doing at the time, and I can absolutely see a young Koji Kondo sitting down and looking at Shigeru Miyamoto's original Super Mario Brothers and saying, huh, yeah, invincibility does kind of fit this sort of vibe.
Yeah. I was so focused on doing my stream, I almost forgot to listen to the music.
No, I get you there.
But I did catch that at the beginning and was like, oh, good. And then I was like, oh no, what if I'm wrong? I'm going to wait for Ian to bring it up.
And honestly, one of my favorite bits of that song is just the hey, hey, hey that gets added every now and then.
It's just so fun.
Yeah.
What I really liked it about is it just like, yeah, I just felt like, I don't know, you described it as just kind of like going along. It's just like, it just wants to be your cool co-pilot. Just wants to make you have a smooth, good vibe.
It's right there in the title, A Summer Breeze.
Oh, so good. So perfect. Watching Ian's delay is a bit brain-bendery, says Wollo kindly. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm actually really impressed with how simple this was.
Yeah, we're doing our best, and it's working well.
Honestly, Ian, A+, because this whole setup was your idea, but it's working fantastic.
Hey, I'm glad you got it working on your end.
Yay, thank you. Somebody in chat said, what was the name of that song? The name of the song was Summer Breeze, and the artist was Piper. If you are watching my stream, it's Underneath Ian is the name of the song.
Mm-hmm.
So, next on the playlist was you had 2 songs by T-Square.
Yes.
Now, who are T-Square?
T-Square has become one of my favorite bands over the past couple of years. And they are, you're asking, are they big, about Piper, if they were a big deal. T-Square, you may not have heard of them, but they are prolific as hell. They've been going on since the 70s together. They used to be known as T-Square. They've recently transitioned to the name The Square to, I guess, make it a little bit easier to understand or less carpentry adjacent.
I thought that was a clever pun name.
Yeah, I did too, but you know what? Their logo for the square is just a big T in front of a square, which is also great. So it keeps the heritage alive. But they've again got that sort of city pop vibe, and they've been working at it for decades, just refining it down to a perfect sound. But these are again songs that are coming out in that early 80s vibe because they have to be there to influence Koji Kondo to make some of his own melodies.
Ooh, is this like I feel like ripped off was a strong phrase for took inspiration from in a very not overall huge but noticeable way, right?
Yeah, like we used to call these things homages or reference isn't the right word, but there's a musical term for taking a little melody and just incorporating it into your own work as well.
Yeah, it's like a tip of the hat almost, right?
Yeah, it's part of the tradition. We stand on the shoulders of giants, musically and scientifically.
So, speaking of scientifically, T-Square.
Yes.
So, what the first song is Sister Marion, correct?
Yes. I put 2 T-Square songs in there, one which is just one of my favorites from this album, and the other which I absolutely love, but is that Mario reference. And Sister Marion is that Mario reference. And again, okay. I'm going to put it as a challenge to the listener to figure out what part was referenced in the Mario music. This one's not right off the top, so you got to wait for a bit.
Now that gives me a chance of actually comprehending it, so that's exciting. All right,
well,
let's
here
go.
Goes
this is
Mute. Ready for the drop.
Oh man, that was Sister Marion by T Square and their album Adventures. Oh, incredible.
Yeah, I love that piece. It immediately takes me into a convertible driving by the ocean with your best girl on a until you hit the first chorus and suddenly you're transported immediately to world 1-1 and now you're hitting bricks looking for mushrooms.
Incredible. It took me, I mean, I was setting up our picture-in-picture, and then I was like, wow. And it's like, but the thing is, I would not have probably noticed unless you pointed it out to me, because it's not like wholesale. It's like, the Mario one's a lot faster.
Oh, yes.
Right? But that was cool. I like that a lot. It's just, very, very smooth. To me, it did not feel like driving a convertible with a girl on my arm. To me, it felt like listening to the CBC late at night.
Ooh, I like that.
But anyhow, that was Sister Marion by T Square. And now we're going to listen to another song from the same album, correct?
Yes, and this one's just on here because it's probably my favorite tune on this album.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that one was for the Mario reference. This one's for you.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, just because, wanted to educate people about Mario, but also want to let people know that I really like this music.
Fantastic. So maybe if anybody has any Japanese jazz that they want to suggest to Ian or something that he might like, maybe this would be a good listener suggestions theme.
I also wanted to mention, because Rock Pusher pointed out in my chat here, that there is a connection between T-Square and racing, as their song Truth has been used as the theme for Fuji Television's Formula One coverage from 1987 to 1998, and then again since 2012 to present.
Wow, what happened between 1998 and 2012?
Some bad decisions were made, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I'm not honestly sure. Probably things weren't extreme enough, and then post 2012, the city pop resurgence popped up and thought, okay, we can just use this again. We've already got the rights.
I mean, that's true. They didn't even have to get a new song. Well, good for T-Square. I'm sure that was still getting them money, though.
Yeah.
So, if you're wondering why the hell there's anime on stream right now, so here's the deal. I typically watch some weird video I find on archive.org. But several fateful weeks ago, we stumbled upon the show called Yawara, which is
the fashionable judo girl.
Yeah, I figured you'd know about it, Ian.
Oh,
and it's very good, and everyone's kind of enjoying it. But the problem is it's like 1 million episodes long.
Oh,
Yawara is so good.
Yeah, I know.
We stand Urasawa in this house.
that's a very good point too. Yeah, the creator behind Yawara, Naoki Urasawa, is a titan of the Japanese manga scene.
I did not realize that this was. I looked him up on Wikipedia and I was like, God damn!
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
No wonder this rules.
It seems like just such a cozy little show, and then you realize, oh wow, no, this is high concept.
It's awesome. Anyhow, so that's all. It's all on archive.org. So we've been
Fantastic.
watching that, but it's like a million episodes. So I was like, what if I just put it on in the background and we're not really paying attention? But if you need to catch up on your Yawara, it's going.
Oh,
It's
it
the
makes
soap opera.
It's
show.
so beautiful. It makes such great background video for these music.
Normally, I try to play something a bit more esoteric, but there is definitely something to be said for gaining those few spare brain cycles of like, we're gonna watch this again until I'm sick of it. I'm enjoying it. So.
And geographically relevant today.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is from 1989. They could have been listening to this music on their motorcycles and in their cars,
Gosh, yeah.
on their tape Walkmans.
Oh, good lord, yes, the brand new Walkman.
Oh, a fashionable judo girl would have a Walkman.
Absolutely.
All right. Anyhow, maybe let's get to the music.
Yes, that's what we're here for.
This is my cue to tell you that I'm going to play a song soon. This is All About You by T-Square. I was grooving so hard I didn't realize the song was going to end.
Same here. I was not aware that I was coming up to a hard end there. Usually I can tell by the key change, but...
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I'm just going along and then suddenly dun dun dun. I was like, oh no, that's wrapping up music. Jesus.
Yep.
It was only 3 minutes long. Or it's only 3.5. Oh.
I think the best way to describe that piece is it very much captures my current taste in music, which is to say, I want to feel like I'm in a Japanese supermarket where a bit of music could be used to have someone narrate the specials of the day over top of.
Okay, I was making some observations in my brain about what this sounded like and that's an incredible comparison point, because seriously, Ian, I thought, God, this music sounds incredible, and it also sounds like as Super Mario took, some inspiration from this music, so too did commercial music writers of the early 1990s.
Yep. It's got this generic quality to it that once you break through that, it becomes like, oh no, this is actually really good music. But it's the sort of thing you can throw in the background and completely ignore.
Yeah, the sound has been completely pilloried for a completely different purpose than was originally intended.
Yeah.
So you've got to look past that inoffensive context when this was groundbreaking and music didn't sound like this and that was rad. Mm-hmm. We're having so I've got so many thoughts, Ian. God, I love music so much. One, this obviously with the resurgence of city pop, this sound is being reappreciated and is just starting to broach the mainstream again. Mm-hmm. As you have acts like Lewis Cole and stuff, and like Ginger Root starting to get more and more mainstream recognition, right? Mm-hmm. Which is very cool. And second of all, I need to find like the commercial music that we listen to it's like a shadow of this.
Yeah.
This is so much more detailed and playful and emotive and textural. This isn't really like, it sounds like it go in the background, but it was so uplifting. It was so happy and upbeat, right?
Going through while it's been playing, I've been thinking to myself, God, I kind of just want to do, a stream every now and then where I listen to this sort of music and go around a track, because it just feels so good to be the freedom of it, the energy and the positivity is. I don't know. It's uplifting.
That's awesome. So this is basically what you want more of in music, right?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, listeners, I have a suggestion theme for you because Ian's prepared a bit of a short playlist. So let's all try to find some more things for Ian's Japanese music playlist.
Yeah.
Some stuff that you may like. So that you've heard it. Go forth and make suggestions. I have like 2 maybe, so help us out here.
I was just going to mention too that you were talking about the resurgence of city pop in North America and it bleeding over into new artists. I feel that might also be helped by the seeming resurgence in analog synthesizers and their use in music these days. You definitely get that rounded electronic sound.
It's a sound you can only get with an actual circuit.
Exactly, yep.
Oh, amazing. I think, God, are we like the acoustic guitar people of our day, of the old days?
I wouldn't put it past that. I had deep feelings when I found out that Moog was being sold to a music technology holding company.
On that uplifting note, somebody in my chat asked, are suggestions open now? Yeah, but I'm not going to play them to the end of the show, but I'm not expecting a landslide of suggestions. I want something laser targeted to Ian's taste. You've heard it.
Yep.
We've described it in absolute general, but Ian's got a couple more songs, so I'm not even going to look at them until that time.
Ooh.
Your next song on your playlist is very appropriately named, I thought.
Yes.
This band is LMANS?
The band
the
is
band's
actually...
Dimension.
Yes, and the album is LMANS. This is something that is relatively new to my library, and big ups to Apple Music when it gets you, because this was a suggestion a while back, and very timely as such, but it turns out the Dimension is also another one of those jazz supergroups, just in terms of longevity in Japan. There's dozens upon dozens of albums spanning decades. And this one is an entire album, I guess, themed around this very race that I'm in right now. And I believe this is the title track, which, again, just... It's going to make my driving incredibly unsafe as I jam the heck out to it.
We're going to listen to Out of Wind, right?
Yes, indeed.
Excellent. Le Mans. It's even got a fancy car on the cover.
Very similar
sorry.
to what I'm driving, too, I think. Might even be the same.
Yeah, it's like a night shot and everything. This is just, you don't need to see the real album cover. You're looking at it. Theirs is a little bit more pink, though, because it came out in 1992.
And it is past sunset now, so...
Oh, it's true. All right, this is your cue, Ian, that I'm going to play some music.
Here we go. Yes. That one's just, for me, mostly about the clean guitar work and the build-up to that chorus that just includes some of my favorite chord changes and then just dumps you into these rocking solos. Like, you've got your guitar, which is great. You move into a keyboard solo, which I'm always a fan of. And then the saxophone comes in out of nowhere.
So what you're telling me is that you like music, and you like music that kind of goes up like this. It kind of gets you more and more pumped as the song goes on, and you like clean production, and you like intricacy in your solos.
Yes, indeed.
All right.
And organs. I love organs.
Okay. Oh, and like synths and stuff like that. Not your traditional combo. You want a little bit of creativity there.
Yes, indeed. Yep.
There's a universe in which I can recommend you some King Gizzard songs you'd like, Ian. But
have a
anyhow,
feeling.
they've got something for everyone. That's how they get you. Zzz. I will not play you any King Gizzard. I have a couple more things that I think you might like. And if you're listening in chat and you're like, I think I know something Ian might like, because we're really getting a good breakdown of what you like. I'm building my own algorithm. We're taking suggestions. So put your suggestions in chat. This is an extra long suggestion period because I want to have I want to give people time to connect those dots in their brain, right? I just also personally I need to find some music that sounds like a Plato's cave shadow version of that, like a mere imitation, and then use it in Corpline.
Ooh, yes.
Just think that would be like.
Sorry, you're bringing up Plato's Cave, and I was this close to expecting you to bring up Sidney Poitier's album, Poitier on Plato, in which he reads out passages from the Republic over top of some cool jazz.
Oh, wow. That sounds like a product of the 1960s.
70s. It was made of cocaine.
Oh, I mean, I'd probably honestly enjoy that. Anyhow, we've got only one song left on your playlist, but this is the longest song by a huge margin.
Did we miss one there? Do you have Let's Not Talk About It on there as well?
Oh, shoot. Okay, sorry. Remember how I posted in chat that iTunes died? So it never brought in your playlist.
Oh, okay.
So I had to I went off, I was I had to bring up the Slack preview. What song did I miss? I apologize.
A song by a band called Friendship called Let's Not Talk About It. And this is absolutely also part of the Mario section.
Oh.
Let's give you I gotta recover from a bad turn here, so hopefully it'll give you a second to see if it's available.
That's okay. iTunes is the slowest program in the universe, so give Apple Music a second to chunder its brain while I try to find that song for you.
Yeah.
All right.
Apple Music, not the best piece of software, but...
I know, especially on Windows, let me tell you.
Oh. Can you believe that Steve used to call specifically the iTunes version for Windows a glass of cold water for people in hell?
Incredible. I mean, I feel that is basically true. It's Friendship, Let's Not Talk About It.
That's it.
Why is this not coming up when I search on iTunes and all Apple Music?
Oh, no.
That's okay. Let me look for Friendship. I'm seeing 5 songs on this playlist that you sent me.
Yeah, I think what happened is that that might be one of my my MP3s that got mixed in with the things.
Oh, no problem. I've got a solution for that. 1 second.
I was just about to say, you might need to hop on YouTube for this one.
Yeah, no worries. YouTube. I needed to do this later anyhow. All right. Sorry, 1 second.
Not a problem.
Well, no wonder I only have 5 songs then. Oh, there you go. YouTube knows what this is. To the deep piracy minds. Okay, I'm going to put this in the... Oh, let's just... Maybe it'll just play. I do have high quality audio. So anyhow, chat, hopefully this plays for you and I don't have to mess with anything and you can hear it too, Ian. But if not, you already know what the song sounds
Oh,
like.
yeah. I'm going to stick
All
it
right.
on mute, see if you can find out what song is being referenced.
Well, that also caught up on me because I was quite taken with that dad rock-esque solo at the end.
You can definitely feel a lot more of the contemporary Chicago or New York jazz sound in that one. But love the riff. Unfortunately, not all their stuff quite as catchy in the same way as some of the city pop.
Like, what? They seem a little bit more. They seem a little bit more rock oriented, a little bit harder, a little bit more, you know.
And I think the music scene in North America at the time was changing in a way that didn't really support their style of music.
I really liked that. That was great.
One of my favorites as well, and I'm glad to share. It's also, as I say, part of that Mario suite that really puts out how much influence there is in that game from outside.
Yeah, very amazing. I'm kind of speechless with how overt that one was. I was like,
Yes.
I had to listen for the other one a little bit, but that was just like. But I mean, it's a gnarly sounding riff.
Yeah.
I'm just like, it's amazing. Anyhow, that was great.
Very different time in terms of homages, tips of the hat, and outright theft sometimes.
Well. What did you like about that track in specific, Ian?
That one, again, it's the polyrhythms of it. You know, you've got that groove that sets up right at the top, and you expect, okay, we're going to do something over that. Nope, we're going to shift things over to a completely different beat for the actual melody, and then switch it up right at the end into a completely different other song.
Okay, polyrhythms. Okay, and did you like the kind of like, how did you like that sort of dad rocky guitar solo at the end? Were you vibing?
Loved all those solos in that one.
Okay, perfect. So as long as it's got a good solo, it doesn't have to be ultra clean production is what I'm hearing.
No, exactly.
All right, okay. How important is it the band is Japanese?
It is not important that the band is Japanese because Friendship is not a Japanese band.
Oh, where are they from?
They are, I believe, from North America, specifically in that Chicago, New York area, Upper East Side of the country.
Okay, that explains why, like, there's, like, the profile, and I was like, wow, a mustache.
And
that
the
seems
time
like
frame, too.
Yeah, good grief. All right. Well, okay. I thought this was all Japanese jazz, but maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
It's a safe assumption. Don't get me wrong.
Well, so there you go. So you're looking for a retro jazzy sound, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a Japanese artist. I think we're really onto something here, chat. We're building that algorithm. This has turned into an interrogation, Ian.
Well, I hate to throw your algorithm completely off here, Kathleen, but if I may, can I say a few words about the next track and the longest one on the list? This is a track from a little band called Snarky Puppy. And they're out of Texas, I believe, and this was recorded around 2014 in, I want to say Holland, but I can't remember completely. What is they have a rotating cast of members. It's a very large band. And in this instance, a very famous drummer who did a series for Wired about the intricacies of drumming was flown over and learned this piece on the plane over, which doesn't sound like too much of a feat until you start listening to it.
It's 10 minutes long.
Yeah. The reason I brought it up was because this is the song that got me into the band, and they are a contemporary band. They're actually Grammy Award winning. In fact, their most recent one was for Best Contemporary Jazz Album, I believe, of last year. And they've just put out a new release this year, Empire State of Mind, which, just saw this band on Friday of this week.
Wait, you went and saw this band?
Yes, they were playing at the...
They're playing at Jazz Fest!
Yes!
Oh, I wanted to go to that. I saw that. I saw it was happening. I was like, I should have gone to that.
Yeah, so all their...
How were they live?
They were so good, Kathleen. And the only disappointment I had was that they were playing all stuff off of their new album, which I'm fine with. You know, your band, you play what you want. It's your show. But this was the track that got me into them, and this is the track that I will be using to introduce people to the band over time.
Oh, this is the very special one.
Yes. Yeah, although, if you like the sound, that's, good God, too many talented people in this band. There's, again, rotating cast. Almost all of them compose for the band itself. And this is definitely a band that has what I like in terms of instrumentation, which is to say, 2 keyboardists, each of them playing at least 3 different keyboards over the course of one song or so.
So you like it when they like have lots of keyboards and they have like that whole rack of stuff set up in front of them and all of it ostensibly does stuff because they keep doing different things at different times.
Oh yeah, you got the main drummer on, well, not the main drummer, a drummer on their set of their extensive regular drum kit. But then you've got the auxiliary percussionist who has
a second percussionist.
Yep, just as large an area, full of shakers and tambourines and maracas, bongos, etc. A horn section where people, I mean, God, when I was at the show, their saxophonist, I guess you just call them a woodwindist because they're pulling out flutes, they're pulling out piccolos, they're pulling out tenor saxes, they're pulling out alto saxes. At some point, the second keyboardist pulls out their own trumpet just to start jamming as well. These people are way too talented, and it's way too much fun.
Oh my God, that sounds amazing. Yeah. Okay, so I think people in chat are like, oh, Ian might like some prog. How do you feel about prog, Ian?
I can't say I don't dislike it.
But maybe it's not your favorite, right? Maybe
It's not the genre I tune to when I'm looking for albums, but...
Right. It's like sort of adjacent, maybe, but you don't...
Yeah.
You don't love it, but it's not like, a love connection. And is it that prog can be a bit... to use the visual metaphor of just kind of like a bit too much, sometimes?
Sometimes, yeah. It's... the other problem I tend to find I have with prog is that it's... Stereotypically, they usually tend to stick around the minor keys, and I'm a big major key person. I like my music that sounds happy and sometimes dips into the minor, but always resolves back to that triumphant end.
That is where our musical tastes take a hard divergence.
Yep. But that said, this is not one of those necessarily major sounding songs. This is. I wouldn't call it minor either. Their work really spans a lot of things. The title track on their latest, not the title, but the first track on their latest album, Empire State of Mind, which they played as their encore, uses a lot of Middle Eastern theme to it. And then
you like Middle Eastern sounding music, Ian?
Yeah.
Oh, I do have suggestions for you, and I shit you not, I think I have the King Gizzard song for you.
Perfect.
It all comes back to King Gizzard, baby. You don't actually have...
Kathleen, you were the first person to turn me on to King Gizzard, or at least put it in my in my headspace. But the more I spend on the internet, on social media, the more I find my peers are just talking more and more about this King Gizzard, and I feel like I'm gonna have to dip my toes in if I'm wanting to stay culturally relevant.
They're really good, and because they make so much music and they experiment so much, they have an exact fucking song you're gonna love. It's great.
Everyone has their own gateway.
Kathleen, this is a killer format. I'm new to BNF, and this is awesome. This is, honestly, this is the smoothest a call has ever gone on stream before. This is incredible.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
If doing a guest stream was always this easy on my end, Ian, I would do them more.
Well, you know what? Let's talk then.
Oh my God, incredible! All right, anyhow, let's get to what we've talked about it, and some people in chat. Ian guessed what song we were talking about. This is Lingus by Snarky Puppy. So that's your cue to mute me.
Take it away.
Oh, 47 seconds of clapping? That's cruel, Ian.
Sorry about that, but yeah, I think it's worth the 40 seconds of clapping.
That's fair. I'm going to fade it out for the purposes of this show.
Yeah.
But my goodness, I was expecting more jams.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now imagine that for, I want to say, an hour and a half. That level of intricacy and rhythmic syncopation and synchronicity.
I'd be just fucking exhausted, Ian.
Yeah.
Just watching it would be exhausting, but in a good way.
So I like to describe their tone as greasy. And coming out of the concert or on Friday, I would, if I were to be making a live action or any form of, I don't want to say future jazzy, if I were to make Cowboy Bebop again, but not Cowboy Bebop, I would absolutely be hiring Snarky Puppy to do the soundtrack because they absolutely have that sound of that sort of future jazz.
Oh, I love it. Amazing. Oh, God, I've got a couple of, I think, pretty good suggestions for you based on the Kathleen algorithm. And I know our listeners and our viewers, people watching in and stuff like that, have also come up with suggestions based on what they think you might like, based on your musical taste.
I'm very excited to see what they have.
Yeah, at first it went to extremely, we got lots. First it was extremely based on very Japanese music because that was the first few songs that we heard. Mm-hmm. But, now people are like, oh, a whole new dimension has opened up to me. So, got plenty of time to get your suggestions in. I will say that we're not going to have time to play them all because that's just the nature of the show. It doesn't mean your suggestion is bad or I don't think Ian will like it. And in fact, Ian, this specially composed playlist of things that people think are going to be laser targeted to your taste is going to be available for you to view all week. And I'll send you a link to it and for everybody else who wants to view it because you could just go to the bot, which is bnf.ffetc.net, that extremely easy to remember URL. But it's right there, and it's in chat, and I'll send you a link, Ian, so you can have it too. And then you can listen to all of these songs at your leisure. If I don't play it tonight, it just simply means we don't have time to listen to it. It's not that it's not good.
Appreciate the getting it sent, and I want to say to the viewers, I appreciate you sending me your faves.
Excellent. All right, so my first couple suggestions for you is I'm going to start it out. I've put it in my I saved it. All right, so I wanted to, so what I got from this is I like upbeat, cool, smooth jazz, and I like kind of like, and it doesn't have to be retro. In fact, it can be new and interesting and exciting sounding, right? Mm-hmm. All right, so I have a couple of suggestions for you. The first one is a UK artist. Her name is Emma Jean Thackeray, and she put out an album called Yellow in 2021, and it's really, really good. And I think you might like it. This has some vocals in it, which is not something you've heard, not something...
That's been heard a lot of tonight.
But how do you feel about vocals?
I'm fine with vocals.
All right. So this song is called Spectre.
Okay, muting now.
fade that out because I'm pretty sure that's over because iTunes just crashed again. I was like, why can't I pause this? Why is it still at 1 minute? So 1 second. Ugh, how
Nope.
frustrating. It's never done this twice in one stream before. Speaking of being frustrating, my cat just ripped a hole in my shirt.
Oh.
It's very frustrating. That's okay. I'll
Kitty.
fix it.
Well, that said, that song, from what I've heard so far, absolutely in my wheelhouse. That's going straight in my night driving playlist.
Yay! God, I can think of no better feeling than a feeling in the world that I like that. Isn't that a good song?
Oh.
That whole album's really good.
Good, good. I'm going to be taking that in when I wake up again.
Hooray, that's fantastic. All right, there's so many chat suggestions for you, but I have another suggestion for you.
Well, it's your show.
Well, I don't know. I always feel I feel like it is probably one of the most obnoxious things that you can do is show somebody music that they're not familiar with and say, now listen to this and give me an opinion on it. Do you like it? But this is the only field that I've ever had confidence in my life is that my ability to suggest music that people will like, because I spend a lot of time listening to music. Isn't that the show that you made? That's what this whole show is.
Right?
But yeah. So this next band is called Domi and J.D. Beck. And it's like two young jazz prodigies there's like a drummer and a keyboardist, and I think the keyboardist, she's from Paris, and the drummer's from Texas, and they just are like super hardcore jazz prodigies. I think they got nominated for a Grammy this year for this album.
Huh. Well,
It's called
the best drummers I know come from Texas, so I'm excited.
There you go. I'll look up the facts on that. But like, there's on this album they've got songs with Thundercat, who's really cool, and Mac DeMarco and Herbie Hancock.
Whoa!
Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear that one?
No, I'd like to hear the one you're recommending, but I can absolutely.
I was going to give you the single because I feel like that's just the most approachable and the shortest. I didn't want to sign you up for too much.
Yeah, and then I can check out Herbie on my own afterwards.
If you like it.
Yeah, yeah.
No pressure on this. So this song is called Smile, and it's by Domi and J.D. Beck. Domi and JD Beck from their album Not Tight, which came out in 2022. Can you believe it?
That's no, that is some fresh sound.
That's some fresh old sound. I love it. So yeah, so I don't know. How did you feel about that one?
I like that. So I'm not gonna lie. Discord's not the best way to send audio to people. Not your fault at all, but it is dropping some of the beats.
Oh,
So I'm
well-
but it did give me enough of a taste that this is something I need to check out again on my own after the show.
excellent.
I was
And
not
people in
bored.
chat liked
I was
it?
intrigued.
No, it's not boring music. It's a little bit more like, what's going on here kind of music. But like, it's got that smooth, funky retro sound.
Well, and very interesting filters on the drums too. You get that real
Yeah.
soft feel to it.
Yeah. The whole album's really well produced.
Cool.
So that's what the youth are made. That's the music of the youth, Ian.
Really?
Yeah, these kids are like 20 and 21.
I mean, the kids are all right, I guess.
They're smarter than we are.
I was just... my
So,
last exposure to youth music has been Chug Jug, so...
What? I don't know
Oh.
what Chug Jug is.
It's a song about Fortnite.
Okay.
That's
That
really all
sounded
you need to know.
That sounded very dismissive. I'm sure it's probably fine if I listen to it. My secret is I basically like all music. So I have some listener suggestions that I think you're going to like too.
Please.
So the first one is from Offbeat Witch, and it's by a band called Knower, and the song is called "I'm the President." And Knower features a guy named Lewis Cole, who's also in Wolfpack. Are you familiar with the work of Lewis Cole?
I am familiar with Wolfpack.
Okay, so this is a great branch off for you. Excellent. This is some brand new stuff that I think may really be your vibe.
I'm looking forward to it. Stick it in the ears. Oh no! 1 second. Just needed to mute you there.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no. Okay, this is good. Well, not good. I've lost a wheel, is what I'm saying. The song.
Oh,
Fantastic. That has. What would I describe that as? Sinister nursery? I think.
I'd say it's got swagger.
Absolutely, it does. The beat is good. I love the piano solo on that, and again the sound of it.
Yeah, it's very so. You got to check out the video for that song because it's just all of the people who make that music, and they're all just like playing in a house. I mean, probably not actually how they recorded that, but maybe, I don't know. Recording technology is really good these days.
Yeah.
So anyhow, so Knower is Lewis Cole and Genevieve Artadi, who's the singer. So I quickly looked up her Wikipedia page. She's co-founded this band Knower with Lewis Cole. She's the vocalist of the electro pop band Pollen, but she has also collaborated with Jacob Collier, who's somebody else you might like, honestly, Thundercat, and Snarky Puppy. Ian.
Aha! There we go.
It's all coming together. So, yeah.
I'm back into contemporary music, I guess.
Yes. Yes, you are. I think you are.
After 20 years.
The music, what is it? Your music taste stayed the same, but like pop culture's come back around.
There we go. They'll just have to hold out until it comes back, each and every one of us.
Yes. Oh, that was a fantastic suggestion. So,
Yes.
and many people like that.
Thank you,
that.
Offbeat
Oh my
Witch.
goodness! Did I just get some raids? Oh crap! I'm supposed to be paying attention to my subs and stuff. 1 second. I look. I can only do so many things at a time, chat.
Well, see, that's why you need to
Nobody-
take a pit stop every now and then that's when you can do your gratitude.
Yes. Well, let's do it. Let's take a very quick gratitude pit stop. I'm not going to play the Tijuana Taxi because I'm just going to go through it just real quickly. I want to say thank you to all my new followers: Vershaik, Laura, PJS, Argentum Witch, Artara, Twagoth, and that is, well, that's not it. That's a bunch of you. Thank you so much. And for Samwise OW, who subbed for the 8th month in a row, Lady Lockwood, who cheered 125 bits, Sineswide, who's subbed for Sign Swede. I can never say that. 50 months. I've been mispronouncing this. Asturiel, who's been here for 23 months. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, who's been here for 57 months. Mola Molifant, who's been here for 48 months, saying that song slaps, although they were talking about a different song because they said that 30 minutes ago. Pixel Art Dragon, who's been here for 37 months. Asian Insect, who's been here for 57 months. Camthelian for 44 months. And Lumi for the raid. And Unrivaled Aesthetic, who just followed. I'd like to think that's what I have. In my torn King Gizzard shirt. Anyhow, let's get to some more chat suggestions.
Indeed.
All right. You said you were into contemporary music, right? Now, obviously.
Yes. What
Sure.
is described as, contemporary jazz?
Okay, perfect. Great. Well, I've got some very contemporary things. And how do you feel about CanCon, Ian?
Oh, I mean, well, let me tell you, Kathleen, how I feel about Bill C-18 and whether or not it is going to influence streamers. I think we should get used to inserting CanCon at this point.
I mean, if somebody from the Canadian government wanted to pay me to do this just with Canadian music, I'm fucking send the checks my way, boys. Let's go.
Okay. Here, let's start the letter writing campaign to get Kathleen on CBC.
Oh, no. Do you know how many people of CBC want this job?
All of them?
Yeah, their list is about as long as my arm of people who would kill me if somehow I came from outside the organization to do this.
If you see if you can get me in line for Quirks and Quarks next.
Oh, Bob McDonald will never retire. He's talking about like his 25th anniversary. He did that, and he was like, "This isn't a retirement show, by the way. I'm still hosting it. He's gonna die in that seat."
Oh, and I'll be waiting. He's been a hero of mine, and he continues to be.
I think I love that everyone's got their favorite CBC personality.
It's just a good public broadcaster.
It really is. There's something for everyone. There's some really good shows. I want to get Quirpline on podcast playlist.
Yes, please.
Anyhow, let's listen to our next suggestion. Because speaking of things that are Canadian, it's so easy to get distracted. Symphonic Lolita suggested Aloe Island Posse, Pilot Gang 2 Arrival. This is, they say this is a bit more on the future funk side, but Ian might like it. CanCon, because this artist is from Vancouver.
Hey, nearby.
Yeah, I know. Maybe we can be friends with them.
Yeah.
All right. So let's listen to Aloe Island Posse. Man, what a roller coaster that song was.
Yeah. That so
I
that was giving
What
me
did you think?
strong Cyndi Lauper vibes, and that's not a bad thing.
I found that song was like, it went to 60, it went hard as one song, and then almost sort of like seamlessly became a different song for a while.
Yeah.
And when I started to get sick of that song, it became another song. That was powerful. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
That was from, that's from 8 years ago. So I don't know if Aloe Island Posse is still putting out music, but that was a fantastic addition.
Yeah. Worth checking out at least.
Yeah, definitely. Great suggestion. I have another suggestion for you, Ian.
I am listening.
All right. AI Amethyst says, I think Ian may like Stereo Dive Foundation.
That's an interesting name.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the only band with the word stereo in their name. So
No. In fact, it's proud tradition.
That's in the suggestions tonight.
Oh no. Interesting.
Yeah. But
Well,
let's listen to this.
Yeah, I know Amethyst hangs out in the Tilty chat occasionally as well, so they've got some good experience with my tastes. I'm excited.
I thought you would enjoy hearing this suggestion. So that's your cue that I'm going to start playing it.
Here we go.
That.
Yeah, that's a nice poppy little number, and I'm a
Excellent.
dirty little, not dirty, but guilty pleasure of mine is the occasional J-pop male artist.
I really enjoyed that. It was light. It was happy-go-lucky. It just kind of bopped along.
Yep, and it's absolutely got those chord changes that I adore.
So, nailed you on the chord changes?
I would say so. Yeah, absolute vibe check success.
Excellent. And if you're like, wait, what was the name of that? What happened? What was going on? Well, I'll tell you, there's a bot, and you can go to bnf.ffetc.net, and you can see all of the suggestions. That will be all of the suggestions that we didn't get time to play, so you can go back and listen to them. But if you're like, but what was the song you did play? Well, you just put a /history at the end of that, and it has a complete listing of literally every listener suggestion I've ever played. So you have to scroll down to the end. But it is there, recorded for you, so the music is always there. Because this stream has no VODs, it has no clips, it leaves no trace. Not really. I mean, I talk about it on Twitter a lot. But, like, you know, it is ephemeral, a beautiful wisp. You either are here for it or you're not. That's how the stream goes.
All just a textual record. I love it.
Yeah. Not everything needs to be recorded. I think it's a
Nope.
bit more special if it's not.
Agreed. It's one of the reasons I very rarely take pictures anymore.
You just put it in your mind.
Yeah. Well, that and I know that everyone else is taking pictures. I don't need to.
That's true. And if you're me, everyone else is way better at taking pictures than you are.
Yeah.
Deathlight Cat says this is a cryptid stream. Sure. I can go with that.
Yeah.
But Ian, can you go with our next listener suggestion?
Well, I'm gonna go where they send me, that's for sure.
All right. I did tease that there's 2 bands with the name Stereo in their name. So I thought, why not do this? So Arclight Dynamo has suggested Turtleneck by Afternoons in Stereo. They described it as jazzy, loungy, electronic music with a classic mid-century vibe.
I do recognize the name Afternoons in Stereo, but I don't recognize this track name, so I'm gonna be very happy.
Excellent. Well, that's your cue that I'm about to press play on it. So let's have a...
Bonk.
lovely retro-sounding smooth Canadian jazz.
Yeah, that's the sort of music you can just eat up miles to.
Yeah, I love that. What did you think, Ian?
Oh, just it puts you in a groove immediately, and it just buries you there, which is perfect right now for this kind of driving that I'm doing.
Oh, perfect. That's an album I have also added to my personal collection after I heard it on Brave New Fave Suggestions before.
What a great way to get yourself some new music.
Oh,
Make your
it's
own show.
fantastic. Oh yeah, I get the goods delivered directly to me. It's fantastic. All right, I have another suggestion for you.
Please.
Death Like Cats suggested Louis Zong and BDG, Breezy Slide. Now, I've heard Louis Zong because he did some... What did he do? It was some, like, Kirby-inspired covers.
Yeah.
Are there, like, music in the style of Kirby? I feel like you might have been exposed to this through Molly already?
Probably. Like I said, I've heard the name. It's in my head, but I can't tell from where. Did they work on Every Frame of Painting in any way?
I have no idea. I don't know. I just know the music.
Okay.
Oh, and they did some Animal Crossing tunes or something like that.
Oh, okay. That's probably where I know them from.
Yes. People in my chat are saying, yeah, he does KK Slider covers.
Okay. So yeah, then I know of, but I have not heard.
Perfection. Now we get to do that, which is my cue that I'm starting the music.
Thank you. Kathleen, you could have told me that that came from a mid-2000s Sega RPG, and I would have believed you. And I
Wow.
loved it.
What an absolutely incredible, I would say, endorsement of the song.
I'm seeing the character in my head right now, and it's yeah, it's just good feel. That could have been on
excellent.
the Nights into Dreams soundtrack, absolutely.
Okay. All right. I have a couple more suggestions for you. I also legitimately have a King Gizzard suggestion, but I gotta find a place to put it into the playlist. I can't just like horn it in there.
Oh yeah,
I gotta keep a vibe going.
Flow is important in a playlist, and
It's the most important thing. So Avi Miller has suggested for you a song called Straight Flash by Hiromasa Suzuki. This is the 6th track from a Japanese jazz fusion album from 1976 titled High Flying. This album leans more on the funky side of Japan's jazz fusion.
cool.
Sound good?
That sounds right up my alley. I might even know this, but I'll let you know after I've heard it.
Such a precise recommendation. It's
Yeah.
already been recommended by Ian's own algorithm, his brain. All right, that's your cue that I'm firing up the music, Ian.
Hitting the button.
All right, Ian, what did you think of Straight Flash?
Kathleen, I'm a man of simple tastes, and when a saxophonist unleashes a squonk like that to warn other saxophonists away from their territory, I'm on board.
Awesome. I am so glad that we are hitting so many suggestions out of the park for you. So was that a song you were familiar with?
It was not, so I was very happy to be introduced.
Wonderful. Yay. Good job, chat. Everybody's really pulling out all the stops and finding, I would say, the most excellent suggestions. And once again, they're in the bot. You can listen to the rest of them that we're not going to have time to play on your own time. And I am giving that warning one more time because it's almost midnight. And
yes.
How quickly just under 2.5 hours flies by when you're having fun.
Believe you me, I can't believe that I've been here for that many hours.
How are you able to do a 24-hour stream?
Well, I do take one big nap near the middle of it, just to kind of break the day up.
Right.
But other than that, I really enjoy driving, and I think that's all that it does, is it just keeps me focused on that.
Fair. Okay, this may be a stupid question, but I don't know anything about Le Mans. Did the drivers drive for 24 hours in Le Mans?
They do not. They are, in fact, not allowed to by rules. The maximum you can drive is 14 hours as a person. So
that seems honestly very reasonable.
Yeah, usually it's, you're looking at 2 or so 3-hour shifts per 24-hour period, so very doable by normal people.
Wow.
Yeah, what I'm doing should not be attempted.
No, life, not in a real car.
No, or even in a virtual car. Really, I don't have many more of these in me, is what I'm saying.
Oh wow.
Yep.
You'll have to you'll have to have a shift of drivers who come in, just like in real Le Mans.
Actually plan things for once.
Well, you know what? I mean, I will always come in and play music for you. I just like playing tunes.
You always have an open slot in the comms here.
Ooh, lovely. If you're somewhat watching the anime as well, this is what I would describe as a pivotal moment in Judo Yuara.
Oh, okay. I am not currently watching your stream because I have...
Because you're driving.
Yep.
But if you've been kind of watching, this is important. So Yuara's got this rival who really wants to fight her, and she's just gone and done an absolutely superhuman display of strength because she always gets what she wants, and what she wants to do is fight Yuara in the finals of this judo competition.
Is this Judy, or is this another one?
This is Sakaya.
Okay, good.
Oh, or not Sakaya, Sayaka? Sayaka.
Yep.
I've never said her name out loud, and I was like, that's so wrong. It's Sayaka, who's pinning down this huge, super champion.
Okay.
So.
Anyhow, it's so well drawn. It's so the drama's great, and then the cute slice of lifeness. They don't make anime like this anymore.
No, but they probably should.
Oh yes, if I have anything to say about it.
All right, so that's going on. Watch the anime. We've got maybe 1 or 2 more songs to play before we get to it. So one of the songs that I wanted to play is, I don't know if you're familiar with an artist called Ginger Root. He really likes Yellow Magic Orchestra, which is something that you might like. YMO.
I am a fan of. It was a real shame that their head frontman passed earlier this year, but
yeah, very sad. But apparently he lived a long and fulfilling life. So and he was very, very mourned. There's Graham showed me a TikTok about Ginger Root being a huge fan, and he met up with Harumi Hosono on his radio show earlier this year. Yeah. So he makes music. In the studio, it's just him. When he goes on tour, he has a band with his high school friends, which is like the most adorable thing ever in the whole universe. He seems like a real wholesome young lad, Ian.
Aww.
That's my secret. I love music written and performed by wholesome people who just want to make good stuff.
Yeah. Not a big fan of the rock star vibe, so small, wholesome people making music. I'm a fan.
Excellent. So this is a song that this is like, I would say, his most recent single. It's called Holy Hell. So that's your cue that I'm going to start playing music.
Thank you.
With 2 new flavors, just in time for summer.
Let's see what you did there.
What do you think?
You gotta be real careful where you use steel drums, and Ginger Roots
With 2 new
knows what they're
flavors,
doing.
just in time for summer.
Excellent. I'm so glad. I don't know why it started doing that at the end.
Little bit of a repeat there.
I don't know. It was playing something at the end of the song. I'm not very good at this, Ian. This is the playing a YouTube video, talking at the same time, having multiple window captures open. God, this is the absolute limit of my technical ability.
Too many things to pay attention to.
It's so many things to pay attention to.
Yep.
Like the whole showing you what the name of the YouTube video is. That's new technology.
God.
A third window capture? Jesus Christ. This is just tech off the charts here. And honestly,
What
things have gone really
extravagance.
smoothly. Yeah, aside from iTunes crashing.
Well, I mean, it's either iTunes or me, so.
All right, well, we're going to keep you going. We got some more tunes to go. So, I think I can sneak in the King Gizzard at this point.
All right.
I've been
Let's...
brandishing it like a threat. But I'm not exactly sure what I want to play, because I've got several candidates, but you only get so many shots at introducing a band to a person. So are you feeling poppier, or are you feeling more like Middle Eastern, a little bit darker but more upbeat, dancey kind of listen to?
Interesting. So when you, yeah, I did not expect the dancey direction for the Middle Eastern. So let's go in that direction. We've had a good amount of pop so far.
Excellent. Okay. Cool. This is excellent. I've got. Okay. Where? Oh, wrong album. So King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard have made a lot of albums, and they are very prolific. So we're going back several albums. This is their, God, are they one? Oh wait, shoot. They're not sorted by recency. I'd have to look it up. But this is like, I don't know, like 5 or 6 albums ago at this point, because it's from 2020.
Okay, so that's, I mean, 2020, that's not too far back.
No, that's a very reasonable amount of time for a normal group of people. But so they have this suite of 3 albums that are about microtonal tuning, which is where you get that sort of Middle Eastern influence on the music.
Right, right.
And so they put out the first one in 2017, which was really good. And they put out the next one. Oh man, something incredible just happened in the anime. One sec. I'm gonna pause. I want to watch this.
That's all right. I am nursing a very badly damaged car back to pits, so take your time.
Oh, okay, I'll talk slow. So they put out the first one in 2017, and then in 2020 and 2021 they put out. 2020 would be like 7 to 8 albums. Jeez. They put out like a double album, KGLW. And so this was like more microtonal tuning. And at the time, I feel like people did not. I mean, obviously, King Gizzard fans like everything they put out, but at the time, I felt like King Gizzard fans were like, these aren't my favorite. But I was like, no, these are really good. I think they're underrated. And I feel like, reassessment has elevated them amongst the King Gizzard stratum of very good albums. Like, I feel like both of these albums would be a really good place to start listening to King Gizzard. And if you never wanted to listen to anything else, just this pair of albums would give you a really good overview of what they're like, to be honest with you, and you don't have to go any deeper than that. You don't have to listen to all of them. In fact, you probably shouldn't, because you wouldn't like all of them. Not all of them are even my jam.
I like it when bands give you the opportunity to be challenged like that.
Yeah. Certainly King Gizzard will challenge you and your endurance, but in a good way. So, and because it's King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, there's no such song as a song. There's barely any such thing as a song that just finishes when the song is over. So this is not me being indulgent, but there's literally no way for me to play you only one song without it sounding like it's going to cut off.
Okay.
I can't do that to you. So we're going to listen to 2 King Gizzard songs, but they're going to go back to back.
No trouble with music that runs into each other. That's even better.
Oh, really? Great, because you love King Gizzard then. So this song is from KG. It's called Intrasport. And then we're going to listen to a song called Odd Life. And you can sort of figure out where the transition is, but it's just seamless, and you wouldn't want the first one to stop. So, let's listen to that. This is your cue that I'm going to start playing the music.
Yeah. Sure. Oh, okay.
but you gotta draw the line somewhere with a King Gizzard album.
Yes.
So
That said, you were absolutely right in your description. Fantastic song. Did not want it to end.
no, isn't it so good?
Yeah.
Oh, first it hooks you in with like the fun dancey music, and then it just becomes this like just 6 solos, and you're like, oh, you're vibing.
Oh,
You're so
yeah.
good. They put out an album last year called too many albums, too many words in the name. They love them a wordy album name. It's like where is it? I've got to read this out. I'm a super fan. I know all their albums off by heart, obviously. Ice, Death, Planets, Lungs, Mushrooms, and Lava, and all the songs on that album are like super long. So if you're liking the vibes of that album, you'll probably really like this one because the songs are long.
Ooh.
And it's
I'm
like
a
that
big
kind
fan
of
long
like
songs.
proggy, jazzy, rocky kind of just jamming out, being virtuosic. They're a band with like multiple because they've got 6 members, so you'll have like multiple guitar parts, and then they'll switch to like 2 of them playing synths and like somebody, and then like they have 2 dedicated guitarists, and they have a guy named Ambrose who is sort of like a multi-instrumentalist because they have 2 vocalists as well, and so he'll switch to like percussion or like keyboards or whatever the song needs as well. And then,
I could hear they also brought out the steel drums, but gonna say not quite as expertly deployed as last time, but still nice.
Yeah. I just I really like King Gizzard. That's my official suggestion for you, is listen to those 2 albums, and if you don't like them, that's fine.
Well, that's good.
All right.
That's a starting point.
Yes. All right. It is after midnight. So, Ian, this has been lovely, but I gotta wrap up my stream.
That's all right. Sometimes a stream's got to turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah, well, I mean, I gotta go to bed. Graham, who's been up very early to help the LRR move like 3 days in a row.
When I heard that he was getting up a half hour earlier than I was for Le Mans today, no, you guys put in work.
Yeah, it's been a really busy week around here. Perhaps people do not know, but the movers like to start at 6 in the morning because there's no traffic and it's not hot.
Sensible.
Right? They can work before it gets too hot because you're out when it's cool. It's summertime. It's sweaty work moving, honestly. And early in the morning, no one's parking around, no one's driving. It's much easier to deal with.
Yes, and that matters when you're maneuvering a large vehicle.
Correct. So, but that unfortunately is now the end of the stream. I want to say thank you to Grasshopper, who just subscribed for 5 months, Meladia, who's been here for 47 months, and Pharaoh Bender, who cheered 150 bits. So, Ian,
yes,
in the odd chance that anybody watching my stream has no idea what's going on, what are you doing for the next, I don't know, 12 hours?
Oh god, it's not 12 hours, thank goodness. It's only going to be 7 more, rough, give or take.
Okay.
But starting at 7, ending at 7. But yes, we'll be driving around this track in France. It's called Le Mans. There's a big race that happens there every year called the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But we're LRR, so it's called the 24 Hours of Le Mans when we do it. And that's my jam. Check us out for the next 7 hours, and check out the rest of what we've got over at loadingreadyrun.com for links to all the stuff we do.
Thank you, Ian. And if you're just tuning, and if you're coming from the Loading Ready Run side, and you're like, what, Kathleen has a stream? Or possibly, who's this person?
What's going on with you, Kathleen?
Yeah, I'm Kathleen. I'm from Loading Ready Run. I do sort of twitchy content, but this is my hobby. I like listening to music. I like keeping up on new music. It lets me suggest things I like to people I like and to enjoy tunes, which I find to be really good. And so my stream every week is I will play new music that I have discovered. I will listen to new music that comes out in 2023, and I will put together a playlist of new 2023 music that I think is interesting. And then we do some listener suggestions after that, always on a weird and huge variety of themes and stuff like that. So it's a great way to find new things for your music.
And should they not currently be watching, where can they find that stream?
Oh, well, nowhere. There's no VODs. Because, like, it's supposed to be playing all this stuff. This is not technically allowed. I like to think of it as I'm not playing mainstream music. I'm not, like, Rihanna doesn't need advertisement. She's very rich without me. But hopefully you'd make I'm trying to make love connections for lesser known artists, essentially. Although King Gizzard...
Tune in again. Check out Kathleen on Brave New Faves on Twitch.
Oh, yeah.
On Friday evenings.
On Saturday evenings.
Oh, Saturday evenings. Yes, Saturday evenings.
Yes. Saturday night. That's okay. You've been driving for a long time. It's all right. But I do one stream a week, 9:30 p.m. Saturday night, Pacific. So catch it or you don't. There's no VODs. But if you want to listen to the music, which is really what we're here to focus on, you can find it on Spotify, and you can find it on Apple Music, and you can find it on YouTube. And there is a bot that has a list of everything that was suggested this week for your perusal later, and for everything that was played this week. And there's links to that in chat, so everybody hopefully can do all of that and follow those things. I'm done, and I guess I'll raid you, Ian, when I go offline.
Sounds like a plan. I will be ready and waiting. Thank you so much, Kathleen, for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. So much fun, and I cannot wait to dig into the suggestions that have been helpfully categorized for me later.
Yay! All right, Ian, thank you so much. I'm going offline. Everybody have a great time. I'll see you maybe at this channel next week. Good luck with the rest of your race.
Have a wonderful night. Well, that was fun. Goodbye, Kathleen. That was a good time. Yeah, and you're also still on the channel. Yeah, you're muted. You're muted, so don't worry. Uh-oh. Have a good night. Thanks again, Kathleen. Well, that was a good time had by all, as I said. Hey, there we go. Welcome, brave new raiders. Hope you're having a fun night here on the internets. This, in case you didn't catch it the first time, is the 24 Hours of Le Mans, a race along with the 24 Hours of Le Mans, except this year it didn't happen at the same time. So, we're doing it now. I have been going since 7 a.m. this morning, and am starting to absolutely feel it. So get ready for the next, I want to say, roughly 7 hours. Like I said, I thought we were going to be able to make it with our penalties. I'm starting to fade a bit in terms of some of my strength, so we're gonna try to make it all the way through. But yes, we've absolutely arrived at Loopy Time. Loop Fiasco. Fresh like Lupin the Third. Gotta give it up to Luke Fiasco for dropping that in there. Corey is either asleep or is making her way in that direction soon. So no tag team partner. This is the way I... What the... No, stop it, Siri. This is not for you. Why are you playing the Eagles? God. I do one stream about Dad Rock or one statement about Dad Rock, and suddenly it's Eagles o'clock, according to Siri. Have a good night, Givina. It'll be fun. I mean, sleep well is what I'm saying. We'll be fine. Anyway, what I should do, we're going to take it to, probably this, yeah, we're going to finish this lap, because those take about 9 minutes, and then I am going to take myself a quick break to get up, stretch a bit, swap the fluids, and ram jam a slice of pizza or two into me so that I can continue this madness. To catch everybody up on a few other things, the reason it's dark outside in the game is because it's dark outside here. If we're not racing along against the actual cars in France, I don't have to deal with the cognitive dissonance of daytime at night and night during the day. Also, I don't hate the Eagles. The Eagles' Greatest Hits was one of my favorite albums growing up. I like Desperado, unironically. Cool. I really don't understand the reasoning of how damage gets applied when you straight into a wall. Like, I have tapped the wall in a much less forceful way, and received for my troubles uncontrollability and chaos, and a one-way ticket to the pit. Some polygons are sharper than others. Yeah, I can see that. Always watch out for geometry, kids. Oh man, Mr. Q-Bear, yes, The Journey of the Sorcerer. Quintessential Eagles song, and for those who might not be aware, it was the song used for a number, I believe, of the adaptations of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So absolutely, absolutely a jam. So having other screens up today displaying the erase from exterior also present within my greater view is going to do some very interesting things to my dreams tonight. And still not enough damage to warrant a pit stop. What does warrant things, though, is... No, there we go. I want to race strategy, swap driver on. I am boxing. I'm Boxman. All right, kids, take care of yourselves. I will be back shortly. Once I've, like I said, swapped out and ram jammed a pizza. Don't go away. I'm just gonna be here. Oh. Oh god, I hope you didn't hear that. My apologies if you did. Yeah, I had to swap batteries in the mic pack. Get the other's battery on to charge. Am I coming through? I am coming through. Perfect. Sorry about that. It was the phlegm. The phlegm collection. From the, glutinous pizza. Okay, let's figure things out here. So what was Kathleen was asking earlier about how do you end up doing a 24-hour stream? And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that A, got a lot of good help from having you all in here with me. Yeah. But also having quick reflexes to have to keep an eye on, it's absolutely... You've always got something to pay attention to. That's I think what it comes down to. But yes, that, God, I don't think I actually realized how much time it had been since I had last eaten. I had that ramen at 1, which is a lot of calorie, but it does fill you up too. But definitely need it. And then a half glass of energy drink for the, for the extra calories. Nothing caffeinated, though. Believe it or not. I'm liking the idea of this Pray Gant sign. How car become Pray Gant? Oh yeah, no. Ramen into nap is probably the worst thing for my. I mean, I think the jury has been pulled back in, and the verdict is that going to sleep directly after eating does not affect the waistline at all. But by God, having a nice little oh, what do you call it? Thing. What did I have to drink? I had a half glass of the, whatever it is I've got on tap right now, which I believe is a Category 12, what have you. Category 12's double IPA. So we are a wee bit, well, we're not inebriated, but I don't keep pop in the house, or regular energy drinks. I don't do the sugary stuff, so I figured a little bit of liquid bread would not hurt. We need a blood alcohol checker for next year. Maybe. What is my overall position in the race? It's currently 21st, apparently, which puts me smack in the middle of the vintage classes, which I don't like. But the fact that we have not yet caught up with some of my fastest lap times earlier, this leads me to believe that we're undergoing some cognitive fade, I think might be a good good word for it. No, the AI drivers do not suffer fatigue. I think it's time someone shoved some cosmic rays up into their memory. Flip a few bits. Make things a bit more fair. I'm not sure if any of you have caught the moon in the skies in any of the outdoor shots, but looks lovely. That's it. I think this has been the longest we've had to go without a reset, so that's a nice. As long as nothing crashes or there's no power outages. God forbid the Washington caldera doesn't explode. And I've been glad to in some of my breaks, catch up with some of the, shall we say, international goings-on, which we don't need to discuss or bring up, but, oh boy, interesting times and whatnot, eh? Oh shit. Now I'm just thinking about movies I want to rewatch again based upon current events. And quite frankly, it's been too long since I last saw Hunt for Red October. One ping only. So here's an interesting thing. Since Twitter stopped allowing the third-party apps on their app, I have been using and consuming a lot less Twitter content. And I've been replacing it, I guess, with regular old news content. And let me tell you, my mental health has gone down since I started reading more news, which I assume is what most people were using Twitter for anyway. I was using it for pictures of capybaras, Japanese bird Twitter, and occasional discussions about Mobile Suit Gundam research. See, I think I need to actually just completely cut myself off from news, quote-unquote, for a while. Oh man, Flipboard. There's a name I haven't seen since the first iPad. I'm gonna stick with mass. I'm not interested in chasing Blue Sky. I'm not interested in any more, if I can help it, privately owned computer things. I think I'm just basically done with that completely. Protocols only from now on. Yeah, they claim they're going to make Blue Sky a protocol, which is, I believe, what Jack intended to do with Twitter in the beginning, so... Rug? Yeah, no, I don't actually even want to be on the site because I don't want to encourage its use. And you know what? I might miss out on some stuff, but I'm already missing out on a bunch of stuff from people who can't leave Twitter for whatever reason, so it's no change from my current lifestyle. And yes, there are a lot of people here who can help you out with getting set up on Mastodon. Tex and Reverend in the chat has been especially helpful to members of our community. Thanks not in small part to the fact that they run Kind.social, which is a good little Mastodon. I saw a question pop up in the chat asking, what server should we be on? And my answer to that is always, it doesn't matter. Because that's the way I treat Mastodon as social media. It's not a place, it's a protocol. I don't go to a website, I have a client that accesses my server. And that server communicates with other servers. And the client also communicates with other servers as well. In a way that is not controlled by anyone but me. Yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing. Usenet never went away. IRC still exists as a protocol. Oh god, this is gonna be bad. It was bad. We now lost a spoiler. Yeah, honestly, what I really dislike is more consistent use of RSS and full content feeds for RSS on more places. Oddly enough, I've only run into a few sites that don't that don't have an RSS feed that I might want to actually check out. And one time, I called them on it and sent them an email saying, "Hey, really like you to have an RSS feed." And their answer was, "Yeah, we have an email newsletter. You can sign up for that. That's where we really want to focus our efforts." And then 6 months later, it turned out that they were a scumbag corporation and fired all of their local reporters here in Victoria and replaced them with, I guess, nobody? Turns out the Capital Daily wasn't exactly the greatest quote-unquote news organization to begin with. And for the people who say there's no money in RSS, I don't care about whether or not there's money in it. Money is what ruined the internet in the first place. I don't care about practical solutions. I'm here for the, what's it called? Yeesh. So much sideways. Wow. And I also fully disagree with the idea that no money means no one does it. That just means that that people need money for something. If we remove the need for money, different ways of thinking and doing can occur. Anyway, I should stop going down that road right now, because my mind is not set up for it just yet. Anyway, my point is we should stop trusting economists. Send them to the sea. Yeah, the Tamily saying public funding built our roads and phone networks. It's probably a system we should use more. I was just noticing the other day, there's a lot of road work that's going on here in Victoria. And thinking in my head, it used to be that we had public works departments within municipalities, provinces, and nations to do these sorts of things. And now it's all contracted out to private business. Yeah. Oh. I mean, tax the wealthy is a fine and good stopgap solution. Did I hear about the amazing results of the public-private partnership for the new Edmonton South LRT? No, I have not. I've only been hearing about the terrible recent issues with the East-West LRT. I agree completely with Angry Optimist. UBI should not replace other social programs. It should augment them. Also, eliminate means testing for UBI and other social programs. Ah, the South is the one that will eventually go east-west? Yep. Yes, I have. Terrible. Yeah. Keep going, keep going. Vroom. Mr. Q-Bear, UBI is an acronym that stands for Universal Basic Income. The idea behind it is that everyone gets a universal basic income, which theoretically should cover a living income. And a comfortable one at that, too. It's not about giving people the bare minimum just to get by. It's about making sure that everyone has the ability to live comfortably and peacefully without needing to be reliant on a job that may or may not be permanent. It's about providing. It's about providing for people. You know, making sure. And once you have that sort of security of knowing that you aren't going to have to go, you aren't going to have to make choices about whether or not you get to eat, or whether or not you're going to be able to have a place to sleep. Suddenly, with that much mental load off of you, a lot of opportunity opens up for people. And for some, that opportunity is to read books and engage in quiet reflection. And for some people, that may mean pursuing a hobby or an occupation. Yeah, TCX2 says, and the research shows, people are more likely to get a job while on universal basic income than not. So happy to see the Gants show up in the chat every time we pass through the gate. That seems bad. Why? Computer. Oh God, computer, what are you doing to me? Urgh. Okay. Was this one? Yep. Cool. Needed to reboot my extension cord, which is a phrase that we can now say in this, the year of your Lord, 2023. Oh, crikey. 1 second, I need to find the cable and unplug and replug everything. Hopefully that will do it. Ugh. That's one. That's one. Okay, turning. Gassing. Gearing. Let's go! And no DQ. Just a big old dent. A DQ, a dented quarter panel. I just really like us as a society to take the things that we hold as important and vital to everyone's lives as citizens. So, communication, food, housing, access to medical care, and say, these are the things that we are unwilling to give to business, because business can decide that these are things that they don't want to do anymore because it no longer profits for them. But these are the things we need to do because they are the things that allow us to lead dignified, happy, fulfilling lives. Education, another one too. And so repatriate all of that, please. Oh, you know what? Let's also add transportation to that mix, because that's important. Freedom mobility is not freedom unless you have the ability to be mobile. And if you're in an area where the only option to do that is private ownership of a vehicle of some sort, then that is not freedom of transportation and movement. Oh yeah, electricity and water, utilities also. And I have no time for the people who naysay based on the idea of, oh, it's too hard, it could never happen in America. No, what we need to do is keep talking about it. Keep the hope and the dream alive. You know, if it weren't currently 1 in the morning here, I'd say it's time for us to all go to our windows and yell, I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore. Pixar Dragon, quite frankly, one of the places where I wish I would be yelling, I'm mad as hell, I'm not going to think it anymore, is work. I think the other reason this might not work is that happened during a time when network television was a thing, and you could reasonably be assured that a good portion of the populace was watching the same thing you were. So you won't be the only person yelling out that window. Like, I don't know, we don't have we've got reach. Loading Ready Run as a community, there's a lot of us. And so if we keep talking about things and we keep mentioning it to our friends who are not part of the community and other people who may not be our friends, silence breeds complacency. And we all know that governments have been actually, all of our English-speaking Western governments have been making movements towards suppression of discontent. You know, with the moves in England against protests. Issues here around protest against corporate logging and pipelines. You know, please do exercise your right to free speech and protest. Just make sure that it doesn't inconvenience anyone. I was going to make the joke, my brother in Christ, but no, I do not hold any elected politician in this country as a brother of mine, because they have clearly shown since, oh, I want to say March of 2020, that there is no compassion for the common man. Okay. Sorry about that, Dragonites. I think you're probably right. We should probably rein it in here. But yes, feel free to take off and take care of yourself. Let's talk about something fun. Yeah. Not bad. Did I manage to catch the finale of Birdie Wing between setups? Rock Pusher, I am sorry to say that I did not. Maybe we'll do that as a double feature with Witch from Mercury tomorrow. But, yeah. Birdie Wing has absolutely been my not surprise favorite. Surprise in the sense that it came out of nowhere, for me at least. And has just been such a font of good feeling over these past 2 seasons. Just a joyous celebration of love of golf. And also Amuro and Char are there for some reason. And before you say, wait, no, they're different. No, the literal actual, his name is Coach Amuro. And Char has had enough alternate egos over the years that we know who it is. Oh, Angry Optimist, no. Char is a former golfer. He and Amuro had to leave because I don't know, he was too good for the real world of golf, so he had to go into the underworld of golf. And Amuro got a golf disease, which meant that he was, if he golfed too hard, he would die. So they both found prodigies in these young women, who then discover each other on the links. It's, second best lesbian romance of this season, after the Tanuki and the Bird. And Iris, every word I have said is the honest truth in my heart. Not to mention that the theme song is one of my all-time favorites now. The Venus line. Uh-oh. Xbox One. There's no sandwich, boy. No sandwich. Yeah, mainly having issues with golf disease. I mean, just wait till you get to the part where you realize that Amuro's daughter inherited the same golf disease. And the shots that the blonde-haired girl learned from Char are too powerful and are destroying her body. It's a literal lesbian Romeo and Juliet about golf. Yes, her golf game too powerful. Her shots specifically, her rainbow bullets. And by the way, her initial shots are known as the rainbow bullets that she will pierce your heart with. So, you know, subtlety not strong in this anime. But she then gets a rainbow bullet burst, which is a lovely little reference to G Gundam there, where she her golf swing creates a circular rainbow that then explodes with the power of her ball. And yes, Anger Optimus is correct. It's not a sports anime unless there are techniques. That said, it becomes the best sports anime when the level of when you get so good at the sport that you leave all the named techniques behind, and it suddenly just becomes about playing the game just normally like a human being. It's great. Like, I loved it in Prince of Tennis. The one of the most powerful forms of techniques is called the pinnacle of hard work. Come on. Anger Optimus, it does not use, Birdie Wing doesn't use literal Gundam IP, other than, you know, the voice actors of Char and Amuro, but it is produced by Sunrise, so, you know, they got some in-house rights to what's going on there. I don't know that anyone's asked Tomino about it yet, so that's, that leaves a lot to be discovered. The pina colada of hard work. Ah! What have I done to this car? God, the arrow is all red. It's all red. Gotta get this home somehow. Look, I'll watch anything Tomino directs. Having worked my way up through the Gundams into Ideon and Zabungle. Currently in the middle of Brain Powered. Man tells a good story. Garzy's Wing. Have not yet done Garzy's Wing. Gonna do Garzy's Wing, Angry Optimist. You gotta do it. Johnny Kipka says, was once an anime about Olympics fencing. Yeah, I generally go to, weirdly, when I want animated fencing, I turn to Gundam. In we go. Oh. Oofa doofa. Get here. Can't do the waifu stuff, is why I gave up on anime. And Roke, I am not a part of that community at all. Not a big not a big waifu fan myself, and yeah, hard to say. There's just so much out of it. PCX2, I don't think it was about Olympic gymnasts, but there was absolutely a anime about high school gymnasts competing at a professional level, which I guess is really about, I mean, it's the same age as Olympic gymnasts. Mainly focused, I believe, on things like the uneven bars, the rings and whatnot. It was called Gambaratsu Shun. And I only know this because it was playing on television when I was there on a homestay in '96. And I liked the theme song enough that I bought the CD and have since lost it, so... And Rubik Darkwing brings up Yawara, a fashionable judo girl. Good stuff. Evil Spoons, I believe it was decided by the chat that the car repairs itself. It might even be an organic being, but we need the crew here to, I guess, give moral support, and for the guy in the middle to keep doing his little dance. Has there been a Le Mans anime yet? There must have been, not specifically about Le Mans. I mean, we all know, we're all aware of the existence of Initial D, and then there's that one that Kotaku keeps trying to get me to watch that's about the Acura, which I'm don't know how I feel about. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, there is the, that's right. There is the upcoming Gran Turismo live-action movie. And if you told me 6 months ago that I would be excited for a movie based on the video game Gran Turismo, I would have laughed at you. But then I found out that what appears to be the climactic race is at least happening on the track at Le Mans. And my body said, yes, you need to go see this movie, Ian. Yeah, I think the big problem I would have with any sort of car auto racing animation in this day and age is that it would probably end up being heavily computer animated. And I just want to see glorious cars rendered in pencil on paper and then inked onto cell and painted over. Ah, give me those pencil strokes traced by machine onto plastic. Oh God. Those curbs are not good for me. And why do we keep getting 96 liters of fuel? Who dares? Ah! Ah! Huh. There we go. Just have to close that down. My car needs a jettison fuel function. Only if the fuel tank is attached to a proper ejection seat. Just go whoop. And then just aerosolize it and safely detonate the fuel in the atmosphere where it can't hurt anyone. Oh. Everyone was thinking more of a nozzle. I mean, again, you know what? Oh, wow. Yep, let's go to the pits. Getting back to our talk about the Venture Brothers, I've learned not to trust the nozzle. Or at least not communicate with the nozzle. And while there, I'm going to crack that window a bit more, because it's starting to get a bit, toasty in here. I don't know how toasty, because I had to unplug my thermometer in order to plug in a monitor. Yep. No, I'm talking about a sensor that I've got placed in a lamp that monitors my humidity and temperature in the living room. Rock Pusher asks, how do I feel about the Bond franchise, given we know how, that Matt and Graham are fans? Yes, ESP8266 Evil Spoons. I like Bond. If it went away, I don't think I'd be sad. If there were, like, I don't think we need to erase Bond from history. Which is a weird thing to say after you say you like something. I don't think we need to erase it from history. But if there were to be no more Bond movies, I wouldn't be sad. Like, I think that as a franchise, it needs something more now. Or different, rather. Like, Daniel Craig's Bond films are absolutely the Bond films of the late 2000s. But I feel like politically, socially, technologically, it's It's lacking. What I would like to see, I can't remember where which Discord I saw the concept in, but I would love to see a sequel to Austin Powers produced for set contemporary in time. And to have Austin Powers show up and in the middle of Pride and discover the concept of bisexuality. And suddenly, a whole world of people open up for him to shag. Like, what works for Bond, or what feels contemporary for Bond right now, is actually done better by the Bourne movies and, weirdly, the Mission Impossible movies. Because when you take away the gadgets and most other things, what's left for Bond but a guy who punches people who work for a side politically that is not yours? And I think we're straying dangerously close to more political talk again. But given the current political climate of the Western world, I don't think Bond is in any way sympathetic anymore. He's an agent of corrupt governments that are corrupt colonialist governments trying to impose their wills upon other people. And so you take that aspect out of the movies, and now it's supervillains, and what do you come back with? Well, you end up having to deal with, let's make Blofeld Bond's brother for some reason. Arclight, I think that's the way I would like to see more Bond, is absolutely period piece it. You know, set it back in '63. So many good props and sets. And let it be what it was. Also, because then we can have cool cars again. I don't like modern cars. Oh, Anger Optimus, no, I've not seen the Ryoga Gotoku movie just yet. Have it set aside for a time when I remember it. Which, clearly, was not going to happen. You all saw that, I hope. Ah, hell! I didn't want to go back to the pits this time. I think what we need is the British equivalent of a Hideaki Anno to make a shin bond for us. Hold it. Nope. Hold it. Stay steady as you can. You don't think a single modern car is cool even among supercars? Let me... No, you know what? Out of all the BMWs available today, give me an E30. That is the pinnacle of BMW design. Similar era for... Actually, honestly, I would say that the Lamborghini Countach is a better looking Lamborghini than anything currently produced today. I mean, New Yaris and Corolla GR, they sure do have power, but give me an early 80s Corolla, or better yet, a Civic. Oh, that's some boxy goodness. I think my biggest problem with the majority of modern cars, all inclusive, is that they're just too big. Everything's huge. Where does Ian break on Mitsubishi Evo versus Subaru Impreza? Okay. Prefer the later Evos, but the bug-eye Imprezas are where it's at. Yes, 90s Golfs. Again, you know, I'd prefer to go back to the 80s Golf. Honda City plus Moto Cup content. Oh, the Moto Compo? Yeah, that's a good one. Good old Volvos too. Mid-90s. Do I prefer Golfs or Goofs? 100% Golfs. Boxier the better. Cycross, I feel like we might be seeing something like that in North America pretty soon. Given specifically how many how many articles I've been seeing online, or online and in print, specifically talking about K-trucks in particular. I recall seeing a post pointing out a modern truck and a K car, talking about the fact that these two vehicles have the same hauling capacity in their bed, and yet one of them is illegal for being too small or, quote, unsafe. When in fact one of those two vehicles, and it's not the K-truck, has worse visual access than a modern battle tank. Ooh, that oil heats up. I feel like I'm carrying too much speed or not enough speed into those corners with the wrong angle. Modern battle tanks' viewports are set up so that they can see children in front of them. Period. Trucks, not so much so. Oh god, yeah, that's okay. So Hollow points out that the modern trucks are getting stereo cameras for collision avoidance and emergency safety braking, which honestly you should be using LiDAR or proximity detection of another more reliable sort than that, than visual interpretation. But this brings up an interesting problem with the law. I was recently alerted to some people talking about San Francisco specifically, that police can't charge anyone if an automated car hits and injures or kills a pedestrian, because the law is written such that a human being must be charged for those sorts of offenses, whereas moving violations involving running of traffic lights or speeding are written such that they target the vehicle itself, not necessarily the person driving it. So it's another case where our laws haven't kept up with the technology, and I think are being exploited by corporations to their advantage. Yeah, it brings me back to one of my favorite pieces of paper from IBM back in the early days of the computer. A computer cannot make a management decision because a computer cannot be held accountable. And such a simple statement. Also, computers don't deal well with ambiguity. Yep, yep. That and computers are really good at two things only. And that's making copies and doing exactly what you tell them to do. The trouble with that last statement is that you need to be sure that what you are telling the computer to do and what you think you're telling the computer to do might not be the same thing, depending on your level of understanding and access to the machine. Okay, let me enjoy these curves for a moment. Gotta stop looking at chat, that's my big problem. Hmm. Grey Ducky says, if you could do the Nürburgring in any car, what car would you pick? Ooh, tough one. I mean, my first choice is I would love to do it in the Mini I currently own. Outside of that, said a BMW E30 would be nice. I've had good times with the Lotus Elise in the past. Wouldn't say no to a Sauber C9. Okay, next pit, I absolutely need to open that window a little more, because it is still getting warm in here. Oh, you know what? Absolutely keep forgetting about Saabs. They just hold such good memories. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure I'm going to have a much easier time finding a good Saab in Europe than I am in North America. That said, I know someone was recently asking in the Discord what sort of jets I liked. Because I do love me a vegan, I do love me a Eurofighter, but my favorite is still that bubbly cockpitted F-16. There's something about the F-16 that just says, this is a maneuverable beast. This is a plane that you make dance. The Avro Arrow is it's a handsome plane, but it is not a plane that says to me, I am something that can dance. It is a machine that says, I have an Iroquois engine in me, and I am large and go fast. Yep. Okay, Sonny Curtis sounds like an anime name. Oh god. Okay, yes, I mean, if we're talking, you know, larger than fighters, yes, the SR-71 is a very pretty beast. As is, I can't remember the designation, but the Valkyrie? Not the Macross Valkyrie, but the actual one. Also very pretty. I used to be a Harrier fan, but now the intakes just remind me of the Grand Negus's ears. A Harrier is a plane that just wants a runway and UMOX. But no, you have to make me land vertically. Oh yeah, the Warthog 2, which, talking with Cam, is apparently not a very good plane right now anymore. But yeah, as a civilian, as in civilian transport, would love to have a A-10. What's the diameter on the on their main cannon in the front? You think I could just like pull that out and replace it with a couple Cornelius kegs? No, 30 millimeters. I know is the caliber. I mean the size, the diameter of the full gun itself. Yeah, the whole barrel assembly. "19 feet 10 inches. Okay, well that's plenty of cargo space. Yeah, we got the nice big ammo drum, and quite frankly, I'm quite certain that beer does not have the same density to weight ratio as depleted uranium rounds. Nope. Thought I could... Cool. Thought I could pull that off, but nope, we just lost our back. Yeah, shame about the 747. Shame about most commercial airliners. You know what? Air travel is something that absolutely needs to change right now, too. I welcome the return of our rigid, inflatable overlords. More blimps and ships for international travel, please. And the kind of economy that allows us to take those long trips. Bring back ocean liners. Death to cruise ships. Angry Optimist, this hydrogen was not the problem. It was the jet fuel caked skin of the thing. Nying. More electric aircraft, please. I helped. Grey Ducky, I would say the difference between cruise ships and ocean liners is that one is a method of transportation and one is a destination. I should also note, let's bring back the ocean liners, but with far less social stratification, please. I think we've had more than enough of that for a few centuries. Peter asks, what's the regulations about in Le Mans about driving with broken lights? Well, see, the thing is, like most regulations, if they want to stop me, they have to catch me. And I got this real fast car here, you see. Of course, you know, they know where I live. Pit 27, lane 106. Okay, so this is going to be a nice long one, so let's get ready to get up. Ooh, and then the gratitude. Hey, here we go. Oh. Ooh, ground effect hydroplanes servicing coastal routes. Yeah, I'm down to that. Tabird says, I don't know about it removing stratification. Do you really want to have to share a buffet line with a tech bro? I've been on the Joko cruise. I've been in this situation. If I had to be in the line with the tech bro, then so does Elon Musk. Oh. I like to think that at least, you know, with most tech bros, they've been hired to do a job that is that requires a certain amount of technological skill to complete competently, and I have yet to see Elon Musk do that in any of his roles. Let's be honest. Bryce of the Moor, have I ever done one of these in iRacing? I have not, because I cannot afford iRacing A, for the practice time required to get that done, and B, to to actually do it. Oh, just flip the back of the hat up there. Okay, okay. I just got yelled at by the race man to go, go, go. Hey, Grey Ducky. Glad to hear you enjoyed the show last year. I hope you have recovered sufficiently. Oh, I forgot about the gratitude. Oh well, we'll get it next one. Oh, okay. Just under 2 streams to go. Diderot, I am pretty sure I am not interested in racing-based board games. I like the physicality of this, which is partially why I like having a wheel-based setup for it. Okay, 5 to 6 people now racing it? Sounds doable. Yeah, there's a certain... When it comes to board games, there's the game itself, what you play, and then there's the trappings around it, the arts, the cards, the flavor to it. And there's certain types of games I don't like, and there are certain types of aesthetics I don't jive with. That's why I don't generally tend to go with many fantasy style games. I don't generally jive with that all that well. And I also don't deal well with hidden, what's the name of it? Hidden deduction games. Because I don't like lying to my friends, and I don't like finding out which of my friends are good at and/or / comfortable lying to me. Even in a game state. But that's just me. I know a lot of people tend to like the werewolves. Just not for me. Ah, social deduction, thank you. I'm just really glad to be alive at a time when everyone has a choice about what they get to consume for entertainment. Yeah, I'm glad that we're on the same page with regards to a lot of things, Texan. I think my biggest disappointment with the social deduction games is that the name One Night Ultimate Werewolf just sounds awesome, and the game itself is such a disappointment by comparison. Like, first off, there's a werewolf, but he's the ultimate werewolf? And he's only there for one night? What's he gonna do? And the answer is not a whole hell of a lot. In fact, there's gonna be some guy in a trilby who's gonna be talking a lot more than the werewolf is. Like, I feel like One Night Ultimate Werewolf needs to be a, it's really a, ultimately it's half of black and white for the PC. You build a village, Sims style, and then you just drop an Ultimate Werewolf in it for one night and see what happens. What makes the werewolf ultimate? I don't know. But this ain't your grandpa's werewolf. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. One night in the village square. It's motherfucking Gaston versus the ultimate werewolf for one night only. I was going to suggest maybe Fortnite Penultimate Werewolf, but honestly, that sounds like an expansion that's probably coming sometime down the pike at Epic. Very nice, Adept Necromancer. No one fights like Gaston, no one bites like Gaston, no one transforms under the lunar light like Gaston. His social deductions are aggravating. Ooh, a Hyper Dracula. Not often you get to bring up the fifth dimensional vampires. And again, that I believe is going to be the name of my King Gizzard and the Wizard Lizard cover bands. The fifth dimensional Hyper Draculas. Yeah, Anger Optimist says it's a game where you already have Goku shooting Spider-Man in the face while running a squad with Area Grande in Naruto. It's, yeah. Fortnite turned into the side of a Mexican taqueria so quickly, or so gradually, I hardly noticed. Ooh-ha. My hoo-ha. Sorry, I should clarify. When I'm talking about my hoo-ha, I am specifically referencing a line from one of the episodes of The Critic. I think it was a Jack Nicholson bit. You're usually good about understanding me, chat, so hopefully one of you has got what I'm putting down here. Al Pacino, yes, Al Pacino. Sorry, I just noticed that it finally clicked with me that as I'm putting the gas down a little bit too hard in second, it's generally the car pushing its back end out and towards a wall. Like the car is trying to get away from what I'm trying to make it do. Uh-oh. Too soon. Yeah, I missed the Critic quite a bit. Have a good one, Ditto. Say hi to the visitors for me. Especially if they don't know who I am. Angry Optimist, I think I can't recall if I picked up fructose from the critic or just came to it naturally. But I have a long history of intentionally mispronouncing words for, I don't know, my own personal amusement. Whoops. That car is not okay. Cool. Car fight. I win. Alright, new strategy. Damage the leaders so I can catch up to them. But I have to do it in such a way that I don't damage also my own car. I've got it. Landmines. It's the only way to be sure. Night, Mr. Q-Bear. Have a good one. Hold on. Why landmines when you could simply use sea mines on the ground? Just like drop 3 or 4 big old contact mines right in the middle of the track. Sure thing, Drowson. Let's do some chase work here today. Burp. Just so you can see how I'm doing. Ooh, the laptop is beginning to chug significantly, but all it needs to do is control what's being shown elsewhere, so we're good. You've got an issue. No, big fan of the color scheme on this car myself as well. Pimiento. I do love it. Okay. I'm excited because fatigue is really starting to set in, so... Gonna be an interesting next few hours here, I think. Oh, what was egg melt? Egg melt was whatever was on the end, on the front of the pit sign in Assetto Corsa. And I don't know what it's supposed to be, but yes, we decided it was some sort of a breakfast sandwich. With egg and cheese, I believe. Good and slappy. Fatigue way. If you're a fan of this sort of humor, too, I recommend you check out from New Zealand TV, I believe? Guy Montgomery's Spelling Bee. which is a good time with wordplay and also spelling. Right, our car is once again heavy with fuel. Oops. I thought my brakes were as good as his, but my car is, as I said, laden with fuel, heavy with egg. Look out, y'all. Here comes the woodcock. Actually, you know what? As a racing nickname, I know I'm not allowed to give nicknames to myself, but I would be upset with the Flying Woodcock. Well, thanks, Texan. I'll put it on me business card immediately. Sorry, name card. We should all bring back calling cards. I mean, it's especially in this day of pandemic. You know, rather than shaking hands, simply exchanging cards with another person. It cuts down on ambiguity of who a person is and what they do. To that end, I guess it would have made Arnold Schwarzenegger shoot Kindergarten Cop. Yes, it would have absolutely ruined the plot of Kindergarten Cop. Oh yes, TCX. It's, in addition to reading the name card, it's also vital where you put it when you're done reading it. Which is to say, absolutely not in your back pocket. Hollow, that is a feature, these smudging phones together is a feature that used to exist with an app called Bump that never really worked properly for the iPhone and is now being built into the iOS for the next release. And I don't like it because I don't like proprietary tech like that. Oh man, Game Boy IR Link, or just IRDA in general. There's something special about being able... Sorry, I almost said being able to. There's something special about trying to print something from your Newton to your laser printer by IR that was equal parts impossible and also impossible. Infrared is such an interesting technology for communication, the more you think about it. You know, the idea of using these devices to spray invisible light, filling the room and just hoping it gets captured by some sort of receiver sensitive to that same light. Bonk. Unfortunately, not enough devices ended up using IR in my house to justify the purchase of it, but I did end up, back when I was big into the home automation stuff, purchased this thing that looked like a tiny little trash can style Mac Pro, and it would plug into your computer, or it wouldn't plug into your computer, but it would use USB to power itself. And what it was just a little IR hub for reception and emission. And it was cool because you could telnet into it and use it to read and decode IR signals from other things. So it wasn't just like a learning remote where you hope it gets the key or just hope that it repeats whatever you put into it. It means you could actually program it properly to do things and to do macro commands. That's the sort of thing I would have killed for when I was living in Japan because of those infrared-controlled mini-split air conditioning / heat pump units. You know, having the ability to connect that up to, you know, a Internet of Things connected thermometer on both inside and outside your house. Choose when to open windows versus turning on air conditioners. I think I mainly used it just for controlling the television, but because it was an old non-smart TV, and it essentially gave it all of the smartness that I would have wanted out of a TV, which is to say, programmatically turning it off and on and tuning it to specific inputs or channels. It was great for that. Nope. Ugh. This is going to be the death of me. Daniel, Jenna, and Grouse, there is a part of me that wants a Flipper 02. I can't think of what I'd actually use it for. But just the aspect of, you know, being able to visualize a lot of the radio communication around us. Like back when I was working in an office, I kind of wanted to take my key card and strip the codes and send them to a ring, so that I'd at least have something I could wear rather than having to carry. But yeah, I don't want to feel like I'm married to my job, but I do want to. I don't like the cards. And I don't like carrying keys. You know, back when you're young and you don't have any keys, keys tend to seem like a badge of responsibility. That yes, I have many places that I need to go that need to be secured before or after I go into them. And what it turns out is just those keys are really just a symbol of burden that you have. So I've been doing my best to, you know, eliminate the amount of keys that I need to carry with me on a regular basis or ever. I mean, really, that's Daniel and Gross. I do also agree that I would love to be able to use my Apple Watch for opening more things and being able to copy various radio frequency things using the iPhone to the watch. Tested Vigil says, why not, instead of a ring, use your hat? I mean, I could just, like, stick the card in the hat itself. One of my favorite hacks for that I ever saw was a... I can't remember where it was, but a man placed his near-field communication payment card inside his mask during COVID, and when asked to pay something, he would grab the machine and bring it up to his lips as if to kiss the machine and have it beep with a successful payment. I remember when Apple Pay was just being rolled out in the United States, and it wasn't quite here in Canada yet. But we did in Canada have our own Interact Flash, which is a similar and compatible technology of near-field communication. And so this was in, I think, I was down in, I want to say Texas for PAX South. And I'm in a convenience store, and, you know, paying for my what have you, and I reach down with my credit card and tap it to the machine. And the young man behind the counter freaked out, and I was worried I was about to get arrested because he was just, what? What did you do? How did you do that? Because he'd never encountered someone using a card to pay wirelessly. It just Apple devices. I don't know, fun stuff. Less soon on the gas. Cyclable, yeah. No, so when you say chip on your American Express card, do you mean the authentication chip? Because that is different from the wireless communication technologies. I wouldn't put it past American Express to have wireless way back in the early 2000s, or mid 2000s, but I don't know if there was much for many ways to do that. It was a transparent card so you could see the chips and wires. That's kind of cool, actually. I do like the contactless payment systems around most of the public transit systems in Japan. And when we eventually go back for a vacation, I am absolutely looking forward to setting up Suica and Pasmo on my watch/phone. Anger Optimus, yes, it is Suica with the C, and it is absolutely spelled with Roman letters. I remember, because when I was living in Noda, Suica was coming out, and the branding behind it is so strong. I can't remember the name of the artist, but a very famous artist was the one who created all of the penguin mascots and whatnot for Suica. It is so adorable. And then my town and my private line decides to go with the Pasmo option, which is compatible, but is a different branding standard. And it's gray and pink and has a bad robot on it. And we're apparently finally getting contactless payment on buses here in Victoria this year, supposedly. So that'll be nice. Because while I do like to keep a little cash around on me for emergencies, you know, and then the very few times when I don't have to, or when I can't use a contactless payment system, I don't like keeping change on me, and buses don't give change, and I am not getting on a bus for $20 unless it's taking me far away. No, Chatteractive, there is no public transit option between Victoria and Vancouver. It's part of my rant earlier about transportation. Though it is much worse in the interior of BC, where, you know, we used to leave this to the private sector to deal with, you know, Greyhound, which is definitely a company that no longer exists in BC in any major way. Gib trains, please. Nope, couldn't hold it. Damn it. And that's all of our arrow. Okay, let me see if I can stop any more fuel from getting into my car. I've had enough, thank you very much. Normal? Race strategy. Adjust strategy. No fuel. I think they want me to go. Yeah. Ark, ark. I'm just trying to think about whether or not Bartleby would be into subscription-based payments in a recurring revenue stream. God, I hope not. We got people to thank. Whole bunch of y'all here. Like Dreosynth, Palindrome Correction Bits, thank you. Patron of the Moon for 72 months, thank you for those as well. Dreosynth for Pop. Earsan for the 24 hours of Lerman. Ian sure is awesome. Oh, thanks. Thank you for your support. Thanks for the words, and thanks for 47 months. Zerfail Shop for 73 months. Thank you for your kind support. K Muskie for 34 months saying, woo! Kyle Bozeman coming in as a raider. Thank you again for that. Brave New Faves got a gift thanks to Demon Fire. Thank you for that. Finn Class 1510 has subscribed for 8 months. Thank you for your continued support as well. Thank you to Amethyst coming in with the raid as well. Final Sora 811 for 30 months of subscription. Thank you. Old Man Johnson MB for 79 months. Nyella for 38 months, saying time flies just like Ian's car when he hits a bump. Yeah, it sure does like to go. Salbag, another raider. Thank you for coming by. Dragoon coming in at 114 months of subscription. Thank you so much for that support. Supa for 63 months. Thank you. Witchy Win for 97 months, saying vroom. I got 400 more bits from Drowson. 200 for Dumb Mud, and 310 Ogre Flog Golfer. Go. Brave New Phase rated. Space Carl for 91 months. Oh, hey, the Rare Lermans resub. Hang in there, Ian. And Lord 72 for 72 months. Behold, the day of matching numbers has arrived. The prophecy is now fulfilled. Unleash the beavers and marmots of war. I like good, oily rodents. Reminds me I need to get back onto my RSS feeds, and I hope that Knitter is still a functioning, going concern, because that's how I've been getting my various necessary Twitter feeds. It turns them into RSS, you see. So I need to see my beavers with their their anxious cries. sure do get aggressive. Haha! Daniel Negros, I am glad you are enjoying MSB and have now found a new hobby out of all of that too. Tom and Nina do some spectacular work, and if you enjoy Gundam or you want to learn more about Japanese culture and history, I highly recommend checking the show out. They are going through all the Gundam in chronological release order, which means there are some pretty weird episodes. The weirdest thing about the Mobile Suit Breakdown community is that they're aware of Beej. And that brings me no sense of cognitive dissonance whenever I'm in their version of the Beej area. Oh yeah, no, Beej has escaped containment. He is out, he is wild. The world is aware. And he is used for reaction memeing outside of our community. No, Melania, not someone else named Beej. Our Beej. Beej did absolutely run the world's biggest Sailor Moon music fan site as a front to his CD selling. Nope. Okay, at least they didn't put any more fuel in. I'm happy about that. Gotta stop them from doing that. Wow, nice Braille. Sorry, Braille Gantt, I assume. Oh, Daniel, I haven't run into that that particular bonus episode yet, then. But yeah, I say this every time I bring them up. Mobile Suit Breakdown is the reason I'm not I won't do a Gundam-based podcast for Lure, is because I don't have anything else to say. They've said it all. Vector Zero crossover potential, absolutely a possibility in my mind, but you know, we want to make it. I would like to do something meaningful. So for now, I am content to remain a fan. It's something rare to get to be these days sometimes. Oh, Cuddlepush Man says, The Legend of Galactic Heroes? Ooh, I do like that. Do I have time for another job, though? Yeah, if I were to do a media-based rewatch podcast, just trying to think what that would be right now. Actually, you know what? I kind of love to make Matt watch the Ideon. Haha, 1000% Stargate is fun. Oh, and my watch is nearly out of battery. It's fine. Go to low power mode. That should be enough to get me through and still be able to tell time. I don't know that I've seen Maz and Kaiser SKL. Yeah, nah, maybe not? To be honest, my Go Nagai robot cred is somewhat lacking. I mean, if you do the if you do the Stargate podcast, you absolutely. Let me tell you, climbing into this cockpit ain't getting any easier. All right, let's bring ourselves back to life. Oh, gonna... Wow. Oh, Tastus, you're reminding me of the, now that... the Dendrobium, HG version is going back on sale for a limited print run. And I don't think that I am going to purchase it for myself. Melania says, what happened to microphone battery? Something else. It was the microphone battery. Yeah, it was the, this time it's the mic battery, not the receiver battery. I'm kind of happy we went wireless this year, despite sometimes the need to change the batteries, because otherwise you'd have to deal with the of the force feedback wheel, which is never fun. Am I going to purchase it for TTSF? Absolutely not, Triosynth. It's, I believe it's clocking in somewhere around $460 retail Canadian, plus taxes, plus shipping, and I don't really have a place to put it. It needs itself a coffee table exactly of its own. And I have a lot of models that I need to deal with already. Looking at my shame pile directly. That said, I have... Ooh, street cleaners are outside. I have friends who are getting one, so I can live vicariously through their build. An MG Castria would be delicious. I really enjoy the Ghibli-inspired suits with their big old wing binders. Have a good exercise, TC or TXC. Good luck and don't pull anything. Don't pull anything I wouldn't. $3,800 kroner. Cycle Boy was missing the wheel ASMR. Apologies, but I wasn't... Wait, no, that's right. ASMR is okay as long as it's not touching or licking the force feedback, in which case, the new, under Twitch rules that are new, you must mark that as explicit. That said, my wheel's just out of frame. If I were to... No one would ever know. Blech. Release! Pull that back in. Yeah, still no perfect solution for things sliding away. Either the, I mean, the couch isn't moving this time, which is nice. It's just the wheels that are moving away. So I think I need to just put down some spikes under the feets. Cleat the feets. Yeah, I would not rate the wheel on the lickability scale. That said, it's I will give it this rating. It's no Switch cartridge. It's no Breath of the Wild, I'll tell you that. Tears of the kingdom? More like tears from these eyes. I can't stop crying from all the flavor. Whoops. Almost got into a real tank slapper there. I mean, I wouldn't say no to a full rig, but I would only say yes to it on the condition that it could live not at my home. This already takes up a significant amount of space, and it's as much space as I'm willing to give up. That said, the moon base could use its own rig, so I don't have to haul this one back and forth. Ah, yes, I love that image. You bought another new model kit, even though you weren't even building any of them. That's untrue, though. I am in the process of actually, I'm very close to finishing the YF-19. The MG1, or the 1-to-100 YF-19 that was released by Bandai earlier this year. YF-18, for those not aware, is a variable transforming fighter jet into robot from Macross Plus, and also Macross 7. And I was, for about 30 seconds, very tempted to just completely ditch the color scheme as was and paint it up as Basara's Fire Valkyrie Kai. But currently I have, I want to say, one more piece to paint, to spray tan, and then it's time for reassembly. Actually, wait, I'll probably do panel lining before reassembly. And I think I'm going to do assembly before I clear coat this time. Actually, to be honest, if the... no, I need to clear coat for the decals, that's right. And yes, I too am sad that we're going with Mark 6 for the moon base and not Zeta. So I know everyone loves the Shift Zeta, but it's always the mobile suit in my mind. Ooh, wait, no, if we don't use Zeta for this moon base, that means that, God forbid, when we eventually do move again, we can call the next one Double Zeta. I didn't like the Sovereign class, so that's why I wouldn't be happy with Moonbase E. Besides, this new place is not new construction. It's newly renovated on the inside, but that's like taking the Titan and calling it the Enterprise F. Who would do that? Unfortunately, the Moonbase's new weapon systems are currently on hold due to a extreme shortage of Kyber crystals brought along by the war in Ukraine and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Director Krennic of the Moonbase Strategic Naval Intelligence Agency was unavailable to comment at this time. Tastus, I have actually... I didn't... let me just put this out there for people who aren't in chat. Where do you say here? You could make a custom dedication plaque for the new moon base. So back when I was working with the Métis Nation of Alberta, and we were forming the newly formed Rupert's Land Institute, a Métis Center of Excellence, and we were setting up our first office, I pushed really hard to get a brass plaque made up commemorating the formation of the Institute, and by God, I got it done, and it looked gorgeous. So yeah, I have a bit of experience. I didn't produce the plaque myself, that said, I just designed it on a computer and left the actual production to professionals. Again, which I do not hazard to remind you, professional only means do thing for money, does not necessarily indicate any level of skill or quality. That said, they did a very good job. Yeah, I'm bleeding way too much speed off before these turns. Just completely depriving me of any downforce for the turn itself, and making me have to look at Jumpsuit Jacques' little shack. What would the quote be on the new Moonbase plaque? Good question. Probably something like Lieutenant Quattro? Oh, no. I don't know. I am now moving into head empty phase of the evening, so at least I have chicken. That's no fun. Probably something along the lines of the word spring, but in italics and centered in the middle of the plaque. All of that. Yep, fuel time, which means actually telling them that I need fuel, because that would be funny. Right, we've got you in, we've repaired all your damage. For some reason you don't want any fuel, but, well, you're the driver, we can't say no to you. That's absolutely not how things work. Yep. Survival strategy! Just strategy! I don't know, 6 laps worth? I think that seems like the optimum amount. Wow, this car likes to go sideways on gravel. I'm going to learn. Eventually. Eventually I'm going to learn. Oh, thank God, a pit stop when we actually need one. Ah. Everything feels weird now. Sorry, I missed the talk about Escaflowne earlier there in the chat. Murnus, are you familiar with Dunbine? Or a Battler Dunbine, if you like some more Homino and fantasy in your mechs. Actually, Orgus feels like a future fantasy in a lot of ways, so that might be worth checking out too. It's also got a sweet theme song and ending theme. Orgus! Jung Jung. Look, if you know, you know. Ooh, ow. Television Man asks, Escaflowne or Marscapone, which is better? Well, I've never had any of Shoji Kawamori's Marscapone, so I'm gonna have to go with Escaflowne on that, just based on the evidence available to me. Ooh. Either just got some dust in the eye, or things are very dry up there right now, and it could be both. So yeah, it's, thinking again more about what it means to do a 24-hour stream like this. The hard part isn't the gaming. The hard part isn't the staying awake. It's the talking for that amount of time. But maybe that's just an artifact of how I like to stream. God, have I been this loud this whole time? I can be a lot quieter now that I think about it. I feel like I'm yelling over top of the engine. Yeah, I guess if no one's actually, if no one's calling in right now, I don't need to have the volume up very high at all. Oh. Oh. Yeah, Dumine has some really interesting mechanical design too. If you like bugs, but yeah, I had forgotten that Kawamori was on the original Armored Core. I love the fact that he likes to prototype his mechs with Lego, including the transformable ones. It's the guy is a bit of a legend. Nothing could be more true, Arlobez. That's, being on is... there are... Let me tell you, there are days, when there's the option to go do a hangout after a long day of streaming, which is usually a long day of streaming after a long day of, worky work for me. And let me tell you, I just want to not be perceived for a while. Thank you very much. it's honestly, I find it interesting how little mech design in LEGO we get specifically out of North America, and I wonder if there's an interesting parallel there between that and the creations we get in Tears of the Kingdom right now from all the God Hand stuff, comparing creations from places like Japan to those in the Americas. Oh, love the Kamini Christmas. It's just such a good tonic for the rest of the internet. Yep, they're calling me in. Calling me home. Okay, heavy gear is pretty cool. I appreciate how many people are just here for the heavy gear. Okay, are they going to add that much fuel again, or are they just going to be nice about it and let me keep the fuel I've got and just top me off? And I feel like now I should just set up just once. Just a one-shot for Dice Friends Rifts episode where we can get together with some Macross Valkyries and some Glitter Boys and have a good romping good time around what's left of Ontario. Whoa. They're gonna add fuel. Well, we'll have fuel. I'm gonna throw it back to trackside for next little bit here because we're starting to get some nice light on the track. Well, those shattered ruins of civilization once known as Toronto. Oh, that's the next episode. I've been doing a Macross rewatch recently, and I think we're just about to the episode where the pinpoint barrier system wipes out a big chunk of Ontario as well. There's something about Mech Series and Canadian Shield. Who said that? Siri, stop that. Stop trying to involve yourself. Yeah, rewatching Macross has weirdly been... It feels like a rougher production than Gundam did, honestly, in a lot of ways. maybe rougher is not the right word for it. I think what I'm looking for is uneven, because the highs that Macross can get are just spectacular, and the lows are, oh boy, legendary. Man, off-model Minmay is some of my favorite off-model. Oh, thank you, Texan, for being here for the portion of the duration, but if you gotta go, you gotta go. Sleep well. Melania, I am big booster of the Witcher Mercury. The only thing wrong with the Witcher Mercury is that Beej just wants nothing more than the two protagonists to kiss. My dude, you gotta get through it all. Also, this is Gundam. Things generally aren't, explicit on screen. I'm looking at you, Charmero. Angry Optimist. I think there's only one fun Gundam, and that's G Gundam. At least of the ones I've seen. Witcher Mercury is... It's not sad because it's not slow. Yeah, there's a reason that a portion of the community tends to call it Trauma Sundays. Oh yeah, the second ED is absolutely a banger. I'm still hoping that the eye thing from the second season of Mirie's Eye pays off somehow in the series. But that may end up just being wishful thinking. But who knows? The show has been absolutely full of surprises that never would have predicted. Damaris, that's the thing about The Witcher Mercury spending time showing you a peaceful world before starting a war. Is that the peaceful world you're seeing is and always has been a lie. It's an oasis sheltered away from all the bullshit that's happening to people on Earth. And it's just these spoiled kids who are it packed to the gills with these spoiled kids who are children of corporate executives. By the way, the executives, same such, who have built their own headquarters for their companies in the same little colony thing as the school where these children are going, to allow the kids to kind of act as meat shields against any sort of retribution or attack. It's... Like, you want this happy little life for these kids, and it can't happen. Like, there can be justice, there could be a happy ending for some people. But it's, you know, it may just be a simple happy ending for two people in a sea of great injustice. And the Great Weirdling, we're talking about Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury. Yeah, Gundam is at its best when it is telling stories about small groups of people caught up in much greater systemic conflicts. Anger Up is less like a corporate omni-war and more like a forced peace through corporate consolidation and monopoly that just ends up using the Earth for proxy war to keep the Earth in the place and solve their corporate clashes without any violence for them to get involved in. Well, not the basic human decency, not just America. This is a rail against the whole concept of capitalism-backed neoliberalism. But also cool robots. And space oomphy. She's in the robot, what's she gonna do? She's killing people! Oh, that's supposed to go in for damage? Tough. Himbits. Yeah, and that's just the overarching, stuff that isn't actually necessarily part of the direct capital P plots. That involves interesting discussions of, is it possible to ethically use military technology for good? I think the main characters are literally trying to make medical technology out of war machines. Inkslayer, the answer is Minovsky particles. It's unfortunate, but sometimes that's the best we can hope for. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun to be a part of the Witch from Mercury fandom as it's been airing. Because my God, has the community been doing work in terms of getting fan art out there, and then also the official character designers. It's oh, everyone's so involved. It's so much fun. Oh, and by the way, this is a kid's show. That's the other part that I kind of love about it. Okay, when I say kids, I mean late teen, or mid to late teens. But one of my favorite things about First Gundam especially, so you'll often hear people throw around the term new type, and, you know, it's, at its most functional definition, it's space psychic. But the idea behind that, on the page, is that it has a lot to do with fully understanding people. And I don't just mean understanding someone's arguments, I mean understanding someone and how conflicts could possibly be mitigated if we could just understand people. And so it's always, a lot of the time, butting these new types up against each other who have the potential to understand each other perfectly, and yet still refuse to put in the work or due to circumstances are unable to. It's a beautiful tragedy in that way. And in that respect, very reminiscent of Space Runaway Ideon, which is quite literally about about two sides of a conflict being literally placed in situations where they can talk things out and find resolution and common ground, and just completely failing to do so. me see here. What am I reading right now? Just finished Watership Down, which was a great book. I'm sad that it took me this long to get through it. And I mean, the content can be there. We're allowed to challenge kids with things, and we should. We should monitor people, children's media, and talk with our kids about what they're seeing. I think that's actually much more valuable than straight up censoring things so that they're safe to let kids watch without supervision. I mean, that way leads to Elsa and Spider-Man getting married a lot. But yeah, currently just started Bernie Sanders' It's Okay to Be Mad at Capitalism. And, well, it's read by the author, so it's making for interesting reading, or rather listening, sorry. Reading. Sorry. I keep telling other people that I should really practice what I preach. Consuming a book via audio is reading. But I can't taste the paper. I'm not sure how you. Well, yeah, you consume books how you want to. Oh. Yeah. Like, honestly, really all media is at its best when it is discussed with people and shared in that way. Media that exists fully in a vacuum is static. So the kid shows is a 2009 anime called Erin Kimono no Soja Erin, which I'd strongly recommend in terms of depth of subject matter. Okay. Off we go. We have 100 liters of fuel in our tank. That's too much tank. Yeah, no, I meant what I said when I would absolutely love to hear Snarky Puppy voice a Cowboy Bebop-alike. I mean, even something that was set in the Cowboy Bebop greater universe, but maybe was about something completely different and maybe with a slightly less playful tone of a show. The other thing I was noticing specifically was the horn section was really reminding me a lot of the sort of sound you get out of the You and the Explosion Band when Yuji Ono gets together with them to do a Lupin theme, or rather a Lupin soundtrack. And again, I think they would be pretty good at scoring a Lupin soundtrack. Yeah, I feel like this car is just too heavy. It's either that or the slicks, but I don't know. I don't know. Gonna go by. Thank you. Minding the wheel spin. How are we doing here? 349. Oh. We're coming up on the final leg, folks. 9999. Oh. I think that might be where the difference is, Metric Furlong, because I have absolutely stayed out of trying to discuss any sort of my tastes, or really anything of consequence online with people. The mediums never just really felt right for that kind of discussion. Especially when we're dealing with things that can be as emotional as media, because, you know, it hits. We have feelings about things. That's why Racer X's ghost makes Wedge and I cry. And putting that down in text, well, you know, and then we're right back to new types. We are beasts of imperfect communication. Oh, we're missing a spoiler. That's why everything sucks. Or rather, why we don't get, you know, the suck on the back end. I need to go back and say no to refueling, and yes to back suck. I have never done phrasing, and I never will. That's on the record. God, let's try some composite tires. Maybe that'll make me happier. Bonk. Or the back down suck. Or the down back suck? Back down suck. Outback suck house. You ain't here for the steaks. I would say Gundam does not count as space opera. I would say that Legend of Galactic Heroes would. Macross might, but even then, I'd say it's... Yeah. Oof. Trying to think of what I would call, how I'd define space opera then, if that's the case. Like what makes, aside from the music, what makes something operatic? Like I feel like operatic requires things to be on a grand scale and of a grand scale. And again, is what I was saying earlier about what I like about First Gundam and the other Gundam series I like, are that they are stories, small stories told amongst a larger backdrop of a story that is happening outside the control and honestly sometimes awareness of our main characters. Yeah, so Mirnis says starting strategy is that Star Wars is space opera, Star Trek isn't. So in that case, yeah, I would say that that Gundam, by that definition, is not space opera. Although Witch from Mercury might be stepping in that direction. Like, here's the thing. In First Gundam, the final battle that occurs between... Well, I mean, the final battle, which includes the confrontation of Amuro and Char and the Gundam versus the Big Zam and their sword fight and whatnot. That's all just those two guys. And, you know, neither one of them was going to have any real effect on the outcome of that battle because it was just too big. But we get to see them have their story and tell their... and let them complete their stories in that respect. Whereas Witch from Mercury, we're leading up to a very things got big in a hurry, I think is what I wanted to say there. And when things get big, you know, when one character's actions start having outsized impact on the world as a large, I would call that, yeah, you're stepping into operatic territory there, my friend. Yeah, to that end, actually, the Gundam movie Char's Counterattack I would probably count that as space opera. Oh. What about space soap opera? Oh, shoot, no, I was gonna say space dandy. No, that is not that is, what would you call that? Space Lad magazine? No hate, Space Dandy is super good. And if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. Arch Requiem, Nightingale all day, every day, and Beltorchka's killed children over Char's counterattack. For one reason, that Beltorchka's actually there. Okay, these tires feel real slippery, but that's because they're cold as ice. I don't want to sacrifice myself. By the way, if you were curious about the Nightingale, there is a translation of Beltorchka's Children that I believe is being released later this year, officially licensed by I cannot remember who, but. And I'm still very happy with my Nightingale build, Gunpla build that I did over the course of the year last year. But very kind someone recently gave me a Verka Sazabi to build, so we'll see how I feel after that. Are there space isekai? I will take Laserbeak's Fury. I will take Metric Furlong's answer on that. Depends how you define isekai. That's a genre I tend to stay far away from. I don't know. They just don't interest me. I did enjoy Uncle from Another World, though. That was an interesting subversion of the some of the tropes. And of course, the Sega references are always nice and fun, but generally, whenever I see a synopsis that starts with "Awakened in Another World" or something along that lines, I'm generally okay. I don't need any more of that. Thank you very much. I guess it's because I have no desire to self-insert myself into fiction sometimes. And again, that's a loud street cleaner. Yeah, it's not something I've necessarily examined. It's just one of those, these are not a thing I generally like thing. But I understand that that is not an opinion shared by everyone, so. And honestly, if you are a fan of isekais, hell, you're eating well these days, aren't you? This is definitely your time in the, in anime history. So the majority of my encounter with the isekai genre, usually the characters who are isekai'd retain their memories of their previous life. So in that case, I would say that Destiny 2 is not an isekai in that respect. Hey, I think I should have gotten on these tires a lot sooner. Maybe I shouldn't have. What the hell just happened there? Aside from a lot of physics all at once. I mean, Futurama as isekai, maybe? But to be honest, Futurama got a lot better the instant that they dropped Fry's fish out of water aspect and just made him a dude who lives in a time period. Woohoo! Yeah! Okay! Sure. Why can't Little John be my voice assistant in every piece of electronics? Oh no! Oh no! Get off. Good. Get off the road. Yeah, more Space Columbo. Oh, Commander Bowman. I see you got one of these HAL units here. My wife, she, you know, she couldn't take the arrogance. I'm always thinking they're one step ahead of IBM and all that. But if you ask me, these computers are just nothing but trouble. Now, I recall you saying something about being unable to open the pod bay doors, but now why would you be aware of the need to open the pod bay doors if you weren't able to hear the conversation of the people who were inside the pod at the time? It just doesn't make sense to me, is all. I am doing a terrible Peter Falk impression, but that's okay. It's about as good as my driving is right now. Driving instantly gets better to ruin his analogy. I say we bring back Lupin the Eighth. You know, it's a good thing that was eventually resulted in the creation of the Inspector Gadget television series. But I think it's important to see what will happen to Lupin and Zenigata and all the rest when they transfer to the world of bubble-domed helmets and basically sprocket-style flying cars. What genre couldn't be improved by putting Columbo in it? I'm going to say documentary, just because I want to put in everyone's mind the image of Carl Sagan giving a heartfelt soliloquy in the middle of the ship of the imagination, and having Columbo just kind of trundle in from off camera and start interrogating him. Am I saying it's worse? Saying it out loud? Maybe not. No. Damn it. Damn it! I was having such a good lap, too. Oh. Billions of fiddles in the living human body. And as I watch them wink out of existence under the pressures of my knife, I begin to wonder, what could cause man to commit such reckless acts? Are we talking, like, Columbo is a competition house? Reality comp? Like, are we talking, like, Takeshi's Castle style here, or? You know what? Screw it. We are rebooting Iron Chef America with Peter Falk in the role of the chairman. I think that's the only prudent thing to do. Oh boy. Man, I sure do hate these tires. I mean, I love being on them, but they sure don't like being together. Yep, sun is absolutely coming up. Let's all get our guns out. I wonder. I have a new proposed de-arming program for America. I would like to put out there. I'm calling it Guns for G-Force. Or you can turn in a gun and get yourself a shiny new graphics card. Oh! That will sting. That's good. I could use some more, let's try a different tire while we're at it. If we can. Strategy. Strategy. Yeah, let's go back to soft slick and see how that does for a bit. How many concussions are we at right now? I'm guessing orange. Oh, okay, good. Let's turn our bodies, move them around. Okay, and very quickly, we need to thank some people here. People, well, Cortana? Cortana, why? Never thank Cortana. Instead, thank RXPCH for 10 months. Well, we gotta swap the battery. Managed to catch the end of 24 hours of MANS for once. Congratulations, we're just about there. And watch has completely beefed itself. Captain Hat, 118 months. Now this is a way to end the Sunday. Happy MANS, everyone. Happy MANS to you too. Vector Zero coming in at 54 months of subscription, 4.5-year Bezos, but going to a more deserving company. Bless. Getting to Gengar for 62 months. Thank you for your continued support as well. Rock Pusher coming in with Nick Bebendum. Now is the time to drink. Here's to you, Jolly Tire Man. Cheers to you, Rock Pusher, for those 80 months. Bert Flapjack for 4 months. 24-hour streams are great. Nice to watch you from Spain. From hello from Spain. Thank you. Asian Insect for 88 months saying, Yomp. Easy. It's the Shame Granny. 76 months. Ian Horner, the stewards will not tolerate your shameful behavior on the track. Mavis saw those loose rear end and nearly died of a heart attack. Shame on you. Shame. Dresta. Thank you again. Shame Granny. Drestav, 41 months. Thank you for your continued support. Tasks Vigil for got a subscription from the Spicy Fair. Thank you both. And Arch Requiem is a 43-month subscriber. Thank you as well. Oh! Manual control. Crush that apex. Crush that apex. Gotta get that apex crushing record. Ooh, and the throat has started to get scratchy. That's when you can tell that things are really coming to an end. I'll take off that watch so I stop looking at it. Just gotta remember to charge it before I go to bed. Yeah, I'm beginning to think a lot of my problem was I was just carrying way too much fuel around the track. R. Go sideways with second gear. Oh. Oh, you got a small owl, oh hi? I would like a small owl. I mean, that said, I would also wouldn't mind being the caretaker for an Eurasian eagle owl, but honestly, all owls kept in a domestic situation are beautiful little idiots. When birds feel comfortable, they get wacky, no matter what kind of bird. Okay, yeah, these soft slicks grip like nobody's business. I was a fool. Dame-o, dame, dame-o. Wah! Andaga. Sugite, sugi, sugite. Doreke. Something, something, urumba. Hey, and me. Omoidea. Bakamitai. Gotta get my Bakamitai in some way over the weekend. Actually, Bakamitai was in 0, right? Means it's probably on my vinyl collection. Oh yeah, proportional width digits are all the displays is... yeah. We invented monospaced fonts for a reason. You've been treating us like fools. Yeah, now that you point it out to me, I hate it. I hate it so much. Squalor, I do enjoy good Inca every now and then. I did not put Bakamitai into the Brave New Faves list because I don't get the feeling it's quite Kathleen's cup of tea. But I've been trying to get her to check into Snarky Puppy, so hopefully the various points of cross-contamination and exposure to Lingus will help get the hook in. Yeah, I'm surprised and pleased with how smooth the Brave New Faves call-in went, too. I'm glad we ended up using a voice meter to pipe some of the audio around, too, so that I can hear it on this end, and so we could also mute the music for you all so that the VOD didn't have a bad time. That's just sloppy. Pimiento, if you're curious, I would just recommend throwing Empire State of Mind. Pull it up on their YouTube channel and just give it a listen, because it's their latest album, and it's full of bangers. Yeah, I'm glad that the tech issues have tapered off as we get later into the stream. Having my extension cord require a reboot and then a replug into the computer was weird. Still not sure what's up with the some of the USB issues. And I guess technically, crashing a race and losing your wheel to the point of disqualification isn't really a technical issue. I mean, I'm really glad the stream hasn't dropped out, and as far as I know, holy shit, sorry. I mean, it's way past the watershed, but wow. Anyone want to do a guess on how many dropped frames? I mean, you absolutely would have told me if there had been any that you'd seen. The answer is 0. And that's, yeah. What is that going through? It's going from computer to gigabits, unmanaged gigabit switch to router, which is sort of a, it's a wireless extension point slash switch of its own. So I guess technically 10.1 or gigabit switch there into a Cisco gigabit switch. And from that Cisco directly into fiber to the outside world. So just given how much Ethernet it has to go through, I'm impressed with how well it's been happening. Oh boy. Yeah, the Lenovo is working hard, and it is, it's chugging. I think we may be running into the limits of RAM on that, if anything, right now. Probably just having to keep up with the information of this many cars over this amount of time is taxing. It's been taxing for me. Are we finally coming back in? Are we getting our second wind again near the end of the night? Because usually by this point I'm, 2 or 3 seconds off fastest lap time. And right now we're sitting at a solid 0.8. And if I can keep this up, it might not be fastest lap, but be pretty close. Meladia, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to get up and get some more water. I think I've got a little more water in here. I should have a drink, but I need to get up an hour before the end. I got to go grab the celebratory champagne as well. His traditions are important. Although we have never won a LRR, and one day, maybe. And I think if I want to do that, I'm going to have to be a lot more serious about regular practice and dialing in corners, etc. I will not be drinking Rashu. Don't, absolutely not. Yeah, 3-person drive team would be helpful, especially if they were, serious about actually doing any racing, but I've never gotten any bites from anyone in the crew who's interested in doing that, so who knows? Like, I feel like we might have had a chance with this one. Like, we were keeping up with the pack reasonably well. And then we just dumped a lot of corners. Flat out. Yeah, consistency is important. I mean, when we've got the groove down, consistency isn't really our problem. At least in terms of speed, but or rather full time. And again, there's a bit of, learning the car each time. Car doesn't always matter, but it helps know the limits of the machine. Being better with my gearing. Missing fewer shifts. Shifting at the right time. Finding braking points. I feel like I've smoothed out my braking a lot more in the past few laps. We need to spend some time in Dirt Rally, I think, or in any rally game. I know Texan, who's now gone, so you can't hear me say this, but he was doing some hard work helping me set up Richard Burns' rally on here on Osiris, and should give it another go. Oh boy. Yeah, I think the tires are doing a lot of work for me right now. Yeah, handbrake feels like the correct tech here, or the correct sort of thing that you can build yourself and it'll be okay. Maybe I'll think about doing that as a TTSF project at some point. So yeah, we're about to finish this particular lap at... That's going to be just over 4 seconds faster than personal best, which is, in my mind, not bad. Like, we absolutely should strive for better consistency, but... You know, this late in the game, with this level of fatigue and distraction, I don't feel too bad about that. Hollow, I was, if you're just doing a button to do a button press for the brake. I was thinking something more along the lines of a load cell. Just to get that realistic braking force, but... But if you're intent on making with the circuit board, probably even easier than using a keyboard PCB is just to grab a Teensy and load it up with Joy. And in fact, then you could put some external pins on it and turn it into a full-on button box for a sim rig setup. Too much speed in that corner. But it's certainly helping us shave time off. Oh yeah, sequential shifter, absolutely you can get away with using a switch to make the clicks, 'cause you're either in gear or you're not. I just feel like with a handbrake, you might want to just be able to very lightly lift it to just give a touch of the brakes rather than having to do a full engage. Oh, guy in front of us is in the pit. Might be time for an overtake. Also, we are edging our way to 1 second up on fastest lap time currently. Rodent, yes, I will occasionally take cars out on the Nordschliff for fun. Can't say if I'm getting any decent times on them or not, but it's fun. Fastest first sector we've done. That does feel good. Oh no, I have to pull over for fuel, damn it! We are absolutely on track for a fastest lap! I'm upset! Two seconds ahead! Come on! Because this car is very light, because it is out of fuel. Well, fine. You want to be that way. If you want to not get disqualified about it, I guess we'll pit and get some gas. We have personal bests at home anyway. if nothing else, I feel very confident in my ability to heel toe a downshift now. Especially into second. Okay, well that makes me feel a lot better about getting into the pits right now. Okay, we just need to make sure to get there alive. No more tires on. Look, I will give you 1 out. You may keep your tires on the track as long as they remain attached to your vehicle at all times. And yes, they should ideally be in alignment. The same alignment you left with. None of this while I bash them both in the same way. Don't want to see you drifting sideways while turning straight. Oh. Yarn. Yarn. What's going on here? It does say that at the top, doesn't it? Yeah, let's get in. Behind this guy, I guess. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I don't think we get around the track with only 2 liters. Do we risk it and go? Yeah, we risk it and go around. Otherwise, we are totally hosed. Please, Mr. Computer, have mercy on me, or I must go the way I must not go. But not into the pits. That way lies immediate disqualification. This way, may be okay. We'll see what happens when we cross the finish line. Oh, this is gonna be questionable. Yeah, time to walk in hell backwards. Fingers crossed. Did we do it? Did we trick friend computer? Hi. Holy moly. My car is dummy thick and a clap of my gear paddles keeps alerting the race officials. I said some funny things in the past. We get fuel! Oh, okay. Oh. Like, I think this is one of the reasons why you have to call into the pits, is so that they, well, I mean, they have to get everything ready too, so, I don't know. Car's gotta heal itself. Oh. I keep hearing these cars go by, but they don't fade in and out. It's just... Merp, merp. Oh. I think I've got enough boom experience that I could probably be a pretty good sign holder for a pit team. Okay, let's do this. Let's go! Just racing. And... Break. Just a straight faster car. Not bad. Not bad at all. Define no, I am enjoying a LRR right now. Best Sector 2 time. Sector. Good mouthfeel in that word. All right, let's set an actual personal best this time. Okay, looking good. Looking good. And brake. Don't let squealios happen. Tires only make that noise when they're in distress. It's not cute. Yes, Corylus Storm. Daylight set to my location. I've had many years already where I've had the cognitive dissonance of driving night for day and day for night. But this time, everything feels normal and right. Okay, we lost a lot of time there, but we're making it back up. Oh, boah, Bobby. Still 1 second. 1.1 second ahead of personal best. Or at least fastest lap on this session. That's a happy turn. No! And that's just a bonk right in the sneak. Let's see if I can, let's see what a lap looks like. No, they want us in for damage. We should repair the damage so we can race better. Oh god. 36 and counting for snoot damage. Yeah, I should tell them not to refuel. God, I wish I could just hold down the button for this, but nope, gotta click every liter. Okay, no refueling currently set. Oh, oi, 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 oi. Why? Why do? Why make me do? Okay. Well, it's too late to get any more, so we'll just have to make do with what we got. Yeah, it looks like we've got a few retirees here in the race. Oh. Yeah, I think we just happened to bring along an entire dealership for our our car, in terms of swapping parts. Oh, crossing my legs here for a second while I... How many retired because of us? Well, I mean, faced with our racing prowess, I feel like, yeah, some people just, they feel the need to give up. I'm not funny. Says, trust me, a dealership doesn't have enough parts lying around for you. You work at one. I will believe you. Stop making show to fiberglass and just have a vacuum formed in the garage churning on body panels. Like RC cars. Love it. The guy's just peeling pieces of decal colored like tape off of a roll to go over the top of it. He's coming back in the pit. I need more time. This one doesn't have all the stickers on it yet. Oh, oh wow. No, after talking for 24 hours, that is absolutely not the time to attempt doing a Dr. Mrs. the Monarch. Forgotten that Rambarel was here in my bug the whole time to cheer me on. Goodbye. I pushed the goodbye button with my foot. So fast. Deviant apparently letting me know that in the race this year, Porsche had to actually swap nose cones or nose pieces between different cars, which required an emergency redecaling. That's cool. Like, you'd think you'd want to keep the numbers off until the last minute, right? Right, I've already done the Gareth Robinson song, so we don't need to do Simon and Garfunkel again. Wait, no, That's right. Was that the time when I couldn't remember if it was Joe or John DiMaggio? Either way, I feel like we're starting to loop back on ourselves. Hey. Why have we put up for years with the missing tea and milk? Like, Mom, I'd like too. The tea should be integral in that. Milk also gives the word more presence and makes it more difficult to say, which I think is correct because you should really be when you're invoking milts. That's something you shouldn't do lightly. Also, that it adds for confusion with milt, which has little to do with MILF, but... well, now it's milt, so there we are. Oh, where did that come from? Well, in the bottom right-hand corner of my screen, I'm seeing what is probably oil temperature, but it just says O-I-L-T, oilt. And the O kind of looks like a D, so I was like, well, DILF? No, DILT? What's a DILT? And I was like, oh wait, that's just an unfinished DILF. Or DILT. I too would like to donate for a road quest too, but not currently on the production schedule. I mean, pilt is really just the proper thing to be saying when unsure of pronouns. Person. We should really be promoting a gender-neutral term for things I'd like to fuck. We could start tilt, but then that's starting to encroach on my own personal brand. Tilt Fios. Ghost Valve, don't make me buy another domain. No. Yes. Things I'd like to tilt. Hello, my name is Jornsen Leversman, and this is Things I'd like to tilt. Here's my barn. It's currently level. But with a little lever action, I can move it to about 13 degrees off center. Deliciously tilty. The speed is coming back. Okay, it looks like next, or this lap, rather, we're gonna have to hit gas. Here comes the sun. Biddle boo. Here comes the sun. Dilt. Our strategy, adjust strategy, refuel car to 50. Yeah, let's go 50. Well, that's not going to help our lap time. Right, so given that we're talking time right now, yeah, let's give some real talk here. I might not make it an extra hour on this. I'm willing to give it till 7, but I want to let you know my arm is actually starting to really feel this. And so if it's all right with you, I might be interested in just calling it at 7, if that's all right. Like, you may have noticed me often rubbing the arm and whatnot, and that's what that's all about. Still having fun, but 24-hour stream time is what you're here for, anyone? Okay, cool. Thank you all. Corey also suggested that perhaps I can make it up as a bonus stream later. And actually, now that I'm remembering that statement and thinking about it more, I'm doing a 3-hour MANS Redux, where we actually get out and with clear heads, clear hearts can't lose, go out and do a nice 3 hours, or you know, an hour and a half or whatnot, 2 hours. Point is, do some time when I am back at 100% and actually post-practiced the way we are now, and really see what we can do. Because by God, there is some fun to be had here, but don't want to put myself out of racing entirely. Great, thank you. We will do that. I forgot the pit. Do you think we can make it? If we keep the revs really low? If we hypermile this? Okay, we'll just keep the revs real low. Ah, where's the open hole on this? Because by God, I'll restart the race with a with an hour and 45 minutes on the clock, but I'd rather not. Let's get around those tires. Yeah, I feel like we might be able to do this, but again, we got to keep that rev counter right at the bottom. What amuses me most about this is that we're currently still going American highway speeds at 56 miles an hour. So we're scheduled, which I believe just means we can roll on in. Okay, let's take the turn. Oh, this is very nerve-wracking. Oh, just used 0.4 liters of fuel to go 3/4 of the lap? Well, that feels like we could make this work then. Okay, there's still enough drag that I can't just do that. Oh wait, do I have fuel set to go into my car? Yep, I do. Good. Okay, 2.6 liters left. It's funny, the outside view makes it look like it's kind of fast still. So as long as nothing else bad happens. Like acceleration. Yeah, I'm very much getting that that sensation that James made had when he was in the Bugatti. That, you know, when you're coming down to like 55 miles an hour, you do feel like you're standing still and you can just open the door and step out. Hey, crush that apex. Apex crushed. Hello, Mr. Bibendum. Hello, Mr. Not Bibendum. What you got there, then? Vapors! Why'd you get that? It was a bargain! I mean, I've had the oil temperature up to 140, 150 earlier. That happens hello? Someone else had a bad hood day. Okay. We're okay? We're okay! Oh, woof. All right. I got a couple of gratitudiums here. We got to thank Driosith for Mr. Owl ate my metal worm for the bits. Thank you. No Soul subscribed for 118 months. Thank you so much for the continued support, No Soul. And Commander Zel Goddess, 25 months, getting the resub during LRR. Let's go! And we did. And you did too. Thank you so much. Also, the other palindromes out here from Driosith. Was it Elliot's toilet I saw? It was. Editor's note, it was. Okay, now I can go fast. Now I am Sonic. Oops. Blew me too fast. Go slow, become red. I'm Tails now. Another question that suddenly occurs to me. So the Sonic the Hedgehog theme song. Blue streak. Speeds by. Sonic the Hedgehog. Okay, great, fine. Too fast for the naked eye. Sonic the Hedgehog. Great, we've established that his speed is immense. Next, Sonic, he can really move, okay? Once again, establishing his bona fides as someone who is fast. Sonic has an attitude. Where does this come from? But okay, we'll let it pass. And then back again to Sonic. He's the fastest thing alive. The song is not telling us very much, and in fact, really minimizes at most his attitude. You could really throw anything in there that would rhyme with move. Sonic, he can really move. Sonic's gotta learn to chew his food. Sonic's gonna choke on a chili dog. And then he died. The way he lived. Sucking on a chili dog. What song was that from, Sucking on a Chili Dog? Jack and Diane, okay, thank you. So the Sonic Underground one is also has some pretty, I'm gonna say, pretty dire implications. You know, considering that they're all about their mother must be found. Nothing says anything about the current state of said mother. See, lasers, a lot of practice and 2 extra computers on top of the streaming capture device. It takes a lot to really translate my movements into something that would... No, I'm literally broadcasting a spectator view out and racing from first person. Because as much as, you know, it's fun to see first person as a audience person, I personally, if I wasn't controlling it, would get a little bored after 24 hours, so I figured we'd switch it up and see what it looks like from the outside. And I think it's pretty cool. There we go. So we're back in the green. Hopefully this means we can work on at least one good increase in lap progression. Yeah, I'm down to check out other racing simulators as long as they feel good. We should do one lap where I drive using this camera. That seems dangerous, especially for some of these straightaways where I do not get to see myself in relation to straight lines for quite some time. Well, thank you, Kira Whitefin. I appreciate your kind words on setup. That corner, I don't care. Ain't nobody tell me nothing. Oofa. And may I say, doofa. I am feeling good about this, chat. Yes, Real Gamer Cow. I need to figure out a way to bring that back on the screen for y'all, because I get to see it, and it's very helpful. It's the numbers that I'm reading out to you often when I say I'm like right now, 1 second up, 1.3 seconds up, 1.7 seconds up, flat out. And turn, flip downshift, turn, gas, gas, gas. And that's a new personal best lap. Nope. Couldn't quite keep it clean. So that's a no good, boss. Yeah, Real Gary, that's what I wanted to do in the first place. Was having the game run on on the same box that would be capturing it, so that we could do capture in from one PC via HDMI and do window capture on the other. But like I said, due to the way we had to set things up last night, due to the driver issues, this is what we got today. Oh wait, with 2 separate streams. No, yeah, sorry, that is another option entirely. Are we cruising for another EV? Ladia, thank you so much for joining us for your duration. Happy to have you, and have a great day. Nope, that was the brake pedal, you idiot! You pushed the wrong pedal! Oh god, what are you doing? Well, at least I took your back away. The least you deserve. I don't think I can make up an entire second. Well, maybe I can. Take these curves properly. Oh, we're into it. Oh, we are into it. Come on. Yes. Another PB in a row. Oh. Okay. Let's keep them coming. Can we hat trick? Get out of my way! I'm a motorist! I think that man died. I think he's just dead back there. Okay, this might be difficult. We're ticking up in time, so... This one's gonna be a tough one. Might not make it. But still, after setting 2 back-to-back personal bests on this, that might be enough for the kicker for us. Again, it all comes down to the curves. Shoot! And the shifts, and I think we beefed that. Yeah. Yeah, we are not making a new PB this lap. That's fine. I forgot to brake there. Yeah, we're missing shifts again. Oh, boy. Yeah, this is messy and all over the place, and whoops. Oh yeah, no, that boo this man. Ay ay ay. Gotta pull the whole rig back towards the couch again. 300, 200, brake. Third, begin turn. Avoid the Noid. I mean, if you're searching for car names, let's be honest. This car has died several times for my sins in particular. You like that. And that. And this. Who wants to go to the pits? Oh, me. It's me. Ping pong with both sides, and that means no more spoiler. Oh, God. Spoiler, I'm not very okay. Wait, is the spoiler exploding? The spoiler is there, but on my machine, it's, well, oh, it's probably just so damaged it's non-functional. Or just bent down. Probably applying up force. Burn off your flaps! I'm bad for health and bad for education. Except when I'm in my day job, at which point I am good for education. Oh, come now, Jethrin. Everyone has a family. Pound or otherwise. What I'm saying is you step on the track, you best hope I miss you. Oh my goodness. Now we're starting to get truly loopy. Kino Whitefin, 51 months, something wearing a Gant shirt. Saw someone wearing a Gant shirt today, and actually had to stop myself from shouting Gant after them. Hope you're doing great, Ian and chat. Thank you so much. I am functional, but I am yeah, starting to really feel it. The bed is calling to me. And it's saying, why? IRL ganting is frowned upon, says Farun. Have you tried it? I just love watching them just mill around like, should we be doing something? I don't know. Hey! Hi, thank you for those, lucky bits. Super appreciato. All right, let's enjoy some clean, just fun lapping here. Have a good warm-up lap, and then we'll see how it goes. Then I feel like we may be, at just, keep things on the track time. God, what a gorgeous sunrise in game, and presumably in real life as well, but can't quite see the sun right now. Hey, mischievous Catgeist, you're welcome and good luck on the on the new job. I hope everything that can be smooth goes smoothly. That's where I should be making the shift. Now let's try and just keep nice and clean for the next little while. Sadly, Princess Intel, Corey tried her best, but the sub-ocean on this particular track has been well sealed. Well, there you go, TCX. You said it. Now I've got to do the nice and clean and no caffeine. God, truly what a beautiful Unicode of Gantt we have today. Well done, Lord Zorano. That's not going to be good for the engine. Oh, I found the deep hitting lane. So remember what we were saying about clean laps? Let's keep doing it. There were a lot of crashes this year, but I feel like there's been other crash. I mean, yeah, I don't know if this year was more or less than usual. It felt about average to me. Definitely more game-ending crashes, though. That's for sure. Oh, actual race. Okay, never mind. Yeah, no. And yeah, in a real race where the crashes can really affect how everything happens, I can see that being a lot more of a lot more flavorful and fun. Not fun, but adding to the things that happen in the race. Yeah, no worries, folks. I do tend to race pretty fast and loose, so something I should probably and might like to work on changing a bit, but it's also one of the reasons why I'm less inclined to get into iRacing too quickly is that I definitely need to clean things up. And to that extent as well, you know, reaching out to Penny Arcade Racing as a potential driver. Disc Eagle says, Ian, how do you know what a euphonium is? I played for 4 years and literally no one's ever heard of it when I try to explain it. Welcome to my world. I, too, played euphonium for about, 7 years? Good God. Yep. So I did it 1 year into university, too. Anyway, love the instrument. Was disappointed that the anime sound euphonium was more about cute girls doing cute things than a stealth shonen anime featuring girls about playing the euphonium in a concert band situation. But yeah, it was, we got to, in grade 6, those of us who were interested in taking band in junior high, got to go to the music room and, you know, line up to try out various instruments. And for me, the first one I got to try was the euphonium. Put my lips into that mouthpiece, gave it a good buzz, and made a very nice tone. And I thought, you know what? The wand chooses the wizard. I didn't say that at the time. That wouldn't have that wouldn't have been written ever, because no human being would write those words. But had they, that's what I would have said at the time. Had the opportunity to try trumpet, saxophone, bassoon. I also thought about swapping over to bassoon, but stuck with euphonium. And because I was in the euphonium and didn't go trombone, that's why I play the bass. Because our conductor wouldn't let a euphonium into the jazz band. So I had to learn bass. No, really, euphonium is just my JoJo name, and my stand is baritone bass clef. People get them mixed up all the time. It's nobody. I mean, if you go down to New Orleans, and, you know, any of those other places with a lot more brass band fun, they absolutely do jazz euphonium. Don't touch the wall. Walls are for doors. Oh man, I mean, check out if you want some fun with brass jazz, check out the Hot 8 brass band. My screen froze for a second, and I have enough muscle memory in these curves that I was able to get through it. That was like a 4 count. Okay, now I think my race director's hitting on me. He's just all, oh, that's great pace. Great work. I'm putting a little bit too much Irish on him. But I love it. Just nice, leisurely gear shifts. Oh, 15 nasty. I can pull us into some cockpit cam for a while if you'd like to enjoy that for a couple laps. Maybe I'll do that until we hit the pits again. Let's bring that over here. Oh, good lord. The laptop be chugging. There we go. Yeah, I'm sorry you don't get the race advisor or spotter voices, but next time we'll make sure that if we use the project cars, we'll have him return. So far, it's like a tiny voice that I hear in my head that's only for me. And it solves crime. Whoopsie. Stay on track, Ian. No, that's too far down. We want a fourth. Second is not for closers. This is sloppy. This is fine. Race time is, it says 2 minutes, or 2 hours 42 minutes. It is incorrect. Race time remaining in real life is going to be 1 hour and 2 minutes. So I think I'm going to get up, have that break as soon as we need to pit. And then we'll continue on with the finale. The final laps. I mean, these things don't really have fun endings to them anyway. It's not like you get a nice checkered flag on the, you just get, race is over, here's your results. Lol. Actually, the great weirdling, I believe the audio is one of the things that is possible to mod in here with no too much effort. So yeah, we'd have to sit Beach down and get him to say things to me, but that would be a lot of fun to discover what they are. Yeah, we just need to get Beach to say things. I know. Such a difficult thing. Okay, now the real fatigue is starting to set in. I'm starting to get a little bit of soreness back there. So we might hit some muscle relaxants as well. Ooh, if I do that, I'll be nice and loose for sleeps. My Beach Stars hammers, what a savings. In another world, we could have had an Alan Rickman as Beach. Have a good night, Anger Optimist. Pleasure to have you with us. Recently listening to something, some people talking about film credits, you know, who gets the with and who gets the and credits. I kind of want to put in my contract the but clause. So you get starring Graham Starr, Paul Saunders, Coriander Dickinson, with Brendan Deary as Beach, but Ian Horner. Ooh. Thank you, second gear, for putting my butt in the right direction. Ooh, despite, also good. Yeah, there's also short pause, then also, says Daniel. I'm also a fan of the, oops, right. Yeah, you occasionally get an introducing, but that's a special one. I mean, they're all special. I mean, although they're all special credits, is what your agent will tell you. Nice road here. Oh. Okay, this is where we're gonna have to pit, so let's make sure we've got our Guzoline setups. Nice strategy. 50 liters seems good. Ooh, let's make sure that we are allowed to come in. Be more ready for me. Ooh, Nigo Key. Long list of credits of animators. I hope means lots and lots of key animation. Sorry, how long does Warbot think we've been going for? 6 days. Oh, Updog is, Oh. I mean, I agree, TCX, that a credited animator should be a paid animator. That doesn't necessarily mean that the pay is commensurate with what they deserve, but that goes for a lot of jobs right now. Anders Johansson, you're missing your back end. That's not my fault. At least this time. Right, I need to let them know that I am going to be needing a swapper, because, right, I need to break myself. Okay, yeah, like I said, I will be right back. Don't go away. folks, we're back. And my god, shout out to Steel Series for managing to get an entire 24 hours of audio playback out of one charge on these wireless headphones. I'm in what I think is a incredibly I want to say radio noisy situation. It's not great. We should let our man know that I am back and he can give me the car. But we want no fuel. Whew. Go back, close. Good. Oh, and hit. Oh, the AI's doing good work. Good work, AI. I'm pleased with your performance, and I'm happy to have you because it means it keeps the race going. Kano, these are unknown. I don't know. Sorry. Sonabath, we get, we've got it set up for full repair anyway, so. Are we in the slightly loopy part of the stream? Princess Intel, we've been there for hours, I think. At least the last hour, says TCX. Or TXC. Ugh. I'm gonna have to remember that. Narwhals, yeah, it's 24 hours, but it's been close to 24 hours. They're 45 minutes away, and they're just starting to flash orange, so. We should be good for, yeah, Spoiler Oak's good on the back. We've had a bit of bump on the arrow, it seems, on the front, from what my screen tells me. My HUD. Oh, Princess Intel, no. I can go to bed after I've finished an entire bottle of champagne. That is, in fact, a lie. I will have some champagne as we finish up on stream here with you, but we're absolutely sticking the silicone cap back on that before I go to bed. Been awake long enough that your teeth start to hurt, says Drowsin. That's gotta take care of... Viewer, take care of yourself as much as I, the streamer, am taking care of myself. Which is to say more than I'm currently taking care of myself. Before the Odin sleep. What's gonna happen to me, Oreen? It's the same bottle as last year. That would be a flex for Ruan to just be constantly recorking the same bottle year after year. Ugh. That sounds not great. Overtake him. Overtake him. That's not how you overtake someone. And then you pit, yes? You monster! Now it looks like it's going for a fastest lap. Oh no, okay, just that section. Fine. Fine. I have actually, I have in past carbonated white wine for purposes of making cheap champagne, but or I'm sorry, sparkling bullshit. But it's good. Yes, any amount of alcohol kills any amount of germs. Another Invisaligner in the in chat. Well, dang it all, yeah. It's a short-term thing in the grand scheme of things, so good luck, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah, now we're starting to lose our thinking functions. Now is when I should absolutely not be driving an actual car. Hey, congratulations, Kiproar, for healing up on the wisdom teeth. That's it's a major procedure, so congratulations on coming through. Brain is just dead weight. Yeah. I'll make sure they don't fill it up with gas in the next hit, definitely. Oh. There's the sign for a roundabout, rather than taking the curve there. I want to see where that roundabout goes, dagnabbit. Excuse me. You ever just feel your mustache? Okay, up we go. And get it back in with the other pedals. Yes, let's go back to the action cam for the rest of the run for good trackside, entertaining viewpoints. Everyone loves. At least me. Okay, so we'll need to turn our gas back up afterwards. Now I see the reason for pit strategies. So you're not editing them on the fly each lap. Oh, if Brad Bottley's cutting corners like that, no wonder he's out in first. Brad, I think you may not be a clean racer. Okay, time to hit the right arrow 50 times until we get the appropriate number of liters. Oh, never want that to happen again. Also, don't have to signal. I'm not in my car. And back in a Loudy gear. Gotta bring up that clip of what the AI driver did out of the pit. And look at that offline. Whoops, where am I now? Take your car to job. Nah, carpool with bubbles. Okay, remember. Nice and clean here. Put on a good show for the viewers at home. They just want to see fast car go by. That's the line. Man, remember back when we had to reduce force feedback gain all the time? Those were the days. Nope. Okay, now we're at 1.4 seconds, 0.5 seconds. A little brake blip cost me some time, but we make up for it in smoothness. Yeah, I think if, regarding your ISP issues, Tom, if you're not getting any love from your ISP, my personal path would be, absolutely, oh, wow. Absolutely consumer protection if you can, but then I'd probably end up, I'd like to own my own equipment as much as possible, so not a bad idea. A little more difficult here in Canada, but it yeah, depends on your ISP. Get yourself a Motorola surfboard. Surfboard. Oh, it's Canada. So it am a monopoly. Are you with TELUS or are you with Bell? Oh, Kojiko. Okay. Yeah, no, you are, I've only ever experienced Kojiko as a, from a telephone banking perspective, which is to say, I worked as a telephone banker, and a lot of people were upset by how much money they had to pay Kojiko, and for some reason, they told me when they called and wanted to pay their bills instead of using their, you know, the automated telephone and banking system. No! Go away! This is my house! This is about the time of night every year where I say that. Hey, did you know you stop a lot quicker when you don't lock up the brakes? Hi, I'm Ian Horner. Okay, a slight lift there is definitely better than a touch of the brakes. Run says, if you murder all the other racers, you win. You win the race, right? You win! Padme.store was the race, right? I'm guaranteed at least 13th place. Well, I'll take it. That's technically only 2 places down from where we, I remember us last being. Listen to those turbos whine. I assume there are turbos in this. I'm pretty sure I've heard the waste gates pop off a few times. Wrong pace. Good job. These seem like nice, clean laps, don't they? That's the line. That's the line. Okay, just a little lift. Sail around. And we are now officially 1.8 seconds above our fastest lap time. Todd, this game, Project Cars 2, I believe, tries to set itself at a higher level of realism than your Gran Turismos and Forzas. I think specifically this one was tire wear and technology simulation that they're specifically the happiest with. Yeah, frankly, the fastest way to travel is just a few inches above the ground. Ooh, that may have cost us everything. Well, it's not... It is spectator, but they do spectator in an unpleasant way in this game. In the sense that in order to get spectator, you also need to buy a third copy of the game to run in director mode, which is like spectator, but everything's covered over with a UI. But at least the director view is, you know, able to run on some pretty low-powered computer. Like, say, a laptop from 2012. Now that's how you pit. Oh, okay. Brr. Howdy, chat. Are we ready to make more laps? Oh, come on, really? Like, I love that. I think I love the realism that adds. Tristan, I absolutely did call for fuel. We're getting up to 50 liters this time, which should be good. Oh, excuse me. Getting weird hiccups now. That's right, Pimiento, you can't buy this game easily anymore. If you do need that third copy, for whatever reason, or even that second copy, you're going to need to head out to one of those key purchasing sites and then redeem that in your Steam. Because they don't want to sell this game anymore due to expired licenses on the likenesses of cars. That's right, once again, artificial restrictions on technology due to outside forces that are fully unnecessary. Yeah, that's it. The game has been out for a very long time. I think, look at 7 years or so, at least? Actually, no, it would have to be at least 6, given that this is number 7, and we only started on Project Cars 2 in the second Le Mans. Damn it. I was too busy reading. So the Americat, yes, you are correct that Assetto Corsa does have an entire ecosystem built around broadcasting races, and with announcer bots, auto directors, reviews, etc. The problem is you can't have human racers in a... you can't mix human and AI racers in Assetto Corsa, which means that in order to get a camera bot in, that's a second, that is a spectator mode, because you need to have some sort of a client to get in as a spectator. You need to be doing a race fully against humans. Yep, and that's why we've never done a... I've wanted to, for years with the Assetto Corsa, to do a spectator mode, and it's just not possible. I've come to this conclusion now that it is just not possible to do for a human versus AI race. For a human versus AI race. I need to make that clear. Spitzgersuck, I've been looking a long time, and yeah, as I said, I have not found any way to be able to do that. Well, if it's guinea pig, I would look into it anyway, because, I mean, check out Assetto Corsa, because it's even lower impact in terms of what sort of resources you need to run it, and I know that, like I said, 2012 laptop is running the graphics for this pretty okay. One more lap without spoiler, just to see how it feels. You know what, I'm gonna regret that immediately. Let's go pit. Let's go put our pants back on. Oh, here comes our guys. They know what we like. Fresh spoiler. Oh no, I forgot to take the fuel out of the recipe, so we're going to be heavy again. Let's hope it works out for us. I mean, look at that spoiler. That would absolutely just come right off with a sneeze. Like, I don't know how many spoilers they've got in the back, but I feel like they've got a master craftsman working on them the minute I leave pit, he's starting a new one. Does anyone know what my actual lap time is? Because I don't. And I need to know how much time the man in the pits needs to make me a new spoiler. $3:45? Whee! It's better than I thought. Yeah, Set of Course is a great deal whenever it goes on sale, or even when it doesn't. And once you get the base game, it opens up so many modding potential activities. Like hundreds of cars available, custom tracks. Like there's a the Canadian Tire Speedway outside of Vancouver, I think. They've got the parkway up to Lake Louise. They've got, the Shutoku Revival Project, which is a recreation of the highway system around, and freeway system around Tokyo, with a gorgeous modeling of the city and its major buildings. Like if you've ever wanted to race across the Rainbow Bridge and then Tokyo drift off the exit ramp, you can do that. Yeah, I feel like if Gant ever finds out about us, we are absolutely getting a cease and desist. Please stop associating yourselves with us. We have an image to maintain. Oof. Spoiler lives. Do not anger the spoiler. Ugh. Miss shift there. Yeah, having 92 liters of fuel just seems like a bad idea for this car. Got a paste. Yes, you are watching a spectator mode that shows you what's actually happening on the track as opposed to my first-person view. Enjoy the car. It's just so much less slidey. Haha, thought the run was over. That would... Nope, we've still got another 15 minutes to go. Uh-oh. Livik, it's been great. We've had a lot of fun here tonight. I think one of our best crossovers with Brave New Phase went super well. Lots of good conversation about. Well, we did eventually get around to Gundam. As Smith Kurosaki points out, capitalism. Yeah, I don't think you will ever got a full recreation of Japan in 3D for use. Yeah, that would absolutely not fly for so many reasons. I think you just need to have a good look at Kamurocho in the Yakuza series to see as close as you can get. Or Dotonbori down in Osaka. No, I am the last of all cars currently still running. Well, we've had some bad misses. You know, a lot more crashes than one really should have in a race, which is to say more than one. We've had a few instances where we forgot to fuel up properly and had to either A, turn around just past the exit to the pits and return to the pits. That one wasn't our fault. That was some asshole who cut in line in front of us on the way into the pits and took our slot. The second one we just completely forgot around the first chicane, and then realized, oh god, we probably have just enough fuel to very slowly make our way around the track, and did. And that was a good time. There we go. Oh no. Back to the pits. Do not fill up on gas. Spoiler still attached? Yeah, that's good. Shift. Spoiler still lives. That's just a little bit of front end damage. see how that bears us into this corner. Oh, it's not so bad. I may just decide not to pit. Exactly, TXE. We have 10 minutes left. Who needs to pit at this point? If we can make it. We're gonna make it if we try. Ooh, that was dangerous. Yield to oncoming ganting. Yeah, James's pit always seems a little bit spoiler-free for my tastes. Oh, we've got to the voice breaking section. Hello. Goodbye. What's my rapper name? Emmanuel Gant. We have no spoiler and must pit because we're right here. Wish I had a handbrake. So nice of them to allow us to do that. Yeah, pit every lap, you know, just like I was trying to avoid doing with the trucks. Oh. 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 Yeah, I mean, if we have spoiler, everything's fine. But without spoiler, drive be hard. Drive no. Fuel too much. Heavy vehicle. Go wibbly wobbly. What I like to do is give people free spoilers from the back of the truck for their to use as charcoal barbecues. Whew. Yeah, I'm hey, yeah, 6:55, I believe, is when I pushed the button. So let's give ourselves 2 more laps here, the exit lap and 1 clean one, and then let's see how we fare. Ed. Nope, that was 4th. Stay clean. Stay clean, cheese bag. That's supposed to be stay fresh? You can have fresh or clean. Cheap, fresh, or clean. Choose 2. You know, much like the simple and clean project management triangle. You can have cheap, simple, or clean. Pick 2. Ugh, 73 is nearly drivable. Here we go. Oh god. How did I let it come to this? I should really get at my checkered flags one of these times for ending. Back when I was working for the Métis Nation, the Edmonton Indie occasionally came by, and then they would provide us with a flag to indie up our business as part of the overall promotion. And so they came by with like these banners and what are they? What, I want to say pinafores, but that's not it. The flags in a row on a string, and then a couple big old checkered flags as well. Bunting, that's the one. Thank you. You know, honestly, the more that I think about it, pinafores should be called bunting, and bunting should be called pinafores. They just feel like those are the correct words for those two different shapes and things. Bunt. That's cake levels of bunting. Got too much junk in the bunt. Oh, how did we pull that off? Yes, Corey discovered that if you shift hard enough, you can ignore the clutch. I wouldn't recommend it, but... All right, folks, 7 a.m. has hit, so let's finish this lap strong. We are half a second up on a fastest lap from some shenanigans earlier in this go, so let's see if we can hold on to it. With way too much fuel in this car. That shift cost me 1/10 of a second. So I guess the answer is never shift. Brake. Give it a bit more. And all the way on the gas. We're still ahead by a second. It's not exactly tragically hip, but it'll do. They just come off at the drop of the hat, don't they? Like, what are they held on with blue tack? Nice move. You totally destroyed that guy's spoiler. He's fucked. I mean, I guess the point of the spoiler is to provide downforce, so as long as it's doing that job, it doesn't need to be held up. .3 seconds on the timer. Those missed shifts definitely eating into it. Okay, gotta hold it together. Curves can be a good place to make up time. It can also be a dangerous place if you're not careful. Oh, don't mess it up, Ian. Down to third. Keep nice and tight. Flip the throttle. Come on the other side. Jam on the gas. And personal best to end the day. Oh, let's hit the button. Let us retire to pit box. And folks, drop the thing. Let us celebrate another year of the 24 hours of LRR. MANS is return in the bag. Woo! Just a little bit of liquid to round out the day. Oh, that is sweet. No shaking, no spraying, because I don't want to clean up too much in my own living room. I've already wet my pants, but good God. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with me today with this. Let's hit the button to retire to the pit box. Let's skip to the end and see what that looks like. Oh, I can't even do that. Well, okay, great. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching along. Thank you for keeping me company and laughing and crying and donating. Well, not donating, giving us your bits and subs. We got some people to thank here. I'm going to do that because that's my job, and I'm going to wipe the bottom of this champagne off a bit and just keep sipping while we say thank you. 1 second here while I also move that away so I can see the chat while y'all are still here. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Stop that. Hey, folks, what do we got here? We got P. Thank you for those 50 bits earlier. E-Block coming in with 1,200 bits. Still ganting hard. GL, thank you. It just feels... It feels so good to end on a PB like that. What's our... can I see what our time is? Here we go. Come on, scroll down for me. Loading ready live. Again, you can't see my screen here, but we're looking at stage last lap, best lap. Yeah, last lap, best lap. 3 minutes, 42 seconds, 0.613 on the end. 10 hours left with a subscriber. Thanks to Demon Fire. Thank you so much. Dracenth, 160 bits. No, sir. Prefer person. No. Chaos, not order. Panda had nap. Drab as a fool. Aloof as a bard. One for one 24-hour stream. Getting all your bits out here in one go, Dracenth. A car, a man, a maraca. What? I love this. Oh my lord. Subri dura rudibus, Latin for endure, rough treatment for uncultured brutes. Saipuakaupias, Finnish soap dealer? God damn it. Thank you so much, Dracenth, for the entertainment and for all the bits over the evening here. Margie RG, 101 for chaos, not order. Panda Hat Nap, thank you. Thank you for everything, says King Wiggins for 55 months. Thank you for having it. Weird how much Ian sounds drunk, says TXC. Well, I mean, champagne will do that to you, but most importantly, sleep deprivation is no joke. I believe, actually, what is it, 8 hours is enough to mimic the effects of alcohol, so we're already there. We're doubly there. Fluffy Skinny Pig, 60 for the clean finish. Thank you so much. Mercano, are we there yet? We made it after 110 months. Thank you so much for your support. Not King nor Able. 500 bits for good rest. Race, everyone. Margie RG, time to dump the rest of my bit budget for the stream. Thank you so much, Margie RG, for hanging out with us as well. Pharaohbender, 300, and this concludes another rounds. Can't everyone. Thank you. Blafark, 200 bits. The Great Wordling. Now do it again. You gotta wait a year, my friend. We'll see you then. H-Bomb friends, 101 bits. Thank you so much. Synth, Tuna Nut, 309 bits, and Dr. Hutch coming in with 66 months. Race, 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 race. Can't is a brand new subscriber. Thanks to Demon Fire. That's it. That was so much fun. I love doing it. This one hit a lot harder than it has in the past, so I don't know how many more of these I've got in me, but I absolutely want to see if we can get to that 10-year and have you all with me while we do it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thanks to no one today who is subscribed for 40 months, currently on a streak. Thank you so much for your support. Thanks to the batteries within these headphones for making a full 24 hours. I'm going directly to bed. Any of you who've been up with me this time absolutely should do the same. And let's all come back and do this again next year. Thanks so much. Have a good night. Good morning, everyone.